Welcome to Security Weekly's Virtual Hacker Summer Camp 2020. It's day 4. Unfortunately, it's our last day. I am your host, Matt Alderman. Joining me for this interview segment is Chris Wysopal. He is co-founder, Chief Technology Officer, and I think Chief Information Security Officer at Veracode. Chris, welcome to Security Weekly.
Hey, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me on.
We were reminiscing slightly before this. I think the last time you and I had a chance to sit down and talk was at Gardiner Security and Risk in 2016 when we could actually meet again. And I asked you an interesting question around containers back then. We were doing a lot of research at Tenable at the time, and you guys have made a lot of progress since. Let's kind of walk through some of the trends in the way applications are being built, and then how do we have to think about securing these new kind of modern applications?
Yeah, so the biggest change is, the cloud native technology, right? So, Docker virtual machines wasn't necessarily cloud native. It came before the cloud, but it helped build the infrastructure for the cloud. You can obviously use containers separate from the cloud, but people are building applications in the cloud using containers, and now they're using functions as a service like Lambda and Azure Functions. And so the real change we're seeing in application security is these cloud native applications where these different technologies are being used, and it's just changing the nature of what an application is. You got code distributed over all these different places, and they're all linked together with APIs. So just things are getting more distributed, APIs are getting more important, being able to understand the risk of code running in a container versus a VM versus in function as a service. It's making it more complicated, frankly.
Yeah, and it's not only the application code now. We're spinning up infrastructure as code, right? I mean, if you think about in a cloud environment, you're using Terraform or CloudFormation templates or something to spin up these services and all these different infrastructure components, and that's code. I mean, there's potential, maybe misconfigurations, maybe not a true vulnerability, depending on how your definition of vulnerability. But I mean, we're seeing not just a change in the way applications are being built and coded, but also the way we're deploying them is through a lot of infrastructure as code as well.
Absolutely. And it's both a challenge and an opportunity, right? The challenge is, hey, we need to understand what's going on in those Terraform scripts, right? We need to understand that because that's where the information is that's then getting deployed, and people aren't logging into those machines and administering production anymore. They're making changes in their IAC and then re-pushing. So you have, and a lot of times people aren't even logging into those machines, right? They're making immutable. There's no way to log into them. You need to understand it pre-production. So that's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. It means we can understand better what we're putting into production without having to install agents in all those machines and constantly scan all those machines. So there's a chance to find problems before you push them into production with things like your configuration, where you might have been using a security tool to scan your network and hosts to find those exact same problems. So that's where I think of it as an opportunity. But there's a whole nother angle of it that's an opportunity is a lot of the things you used to do in production are being done as code, which means that we can use all those ways we manage code, which is ungodly complex, right? Developers have come up with all these ways of doing revision control and writing unit tests and trying to figure out what's wrong before it goes into production. Now all those things that are more configuration and versions of software and versions of APIs that maybe you could have only found out in production before, we can start to do those at coding time. So there's this whole movement called everything as code, where you're just checking everything in, your policies, your configurations. And I think it has a way of potentially making security better, even as complexity increases.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the challenge we have, though, is integrating all those tests and checks, part of that CI/CD pipeline, right? Is as you're moving down the pipeline, efficiently checking and validating the configurations, the code, and all those things now. It's a great opportunity. But as I look at the security industry as a whole, how well are we integrating our security solutions into the developer tools and the developer pipeline to really make it efficient and effective to do those checks all pre-production, so that when the code gets into production, I don't have to worry about my RASP or my DAST or some of those other things. I still probably want to do it, but I can do a lot more by shifting left, to use a common term, right? But it's also making sure that we integrate our tooling into that developer pipeline.
No, absolutely. And you're kind of bringing up some of the points that we asked in a survey we recently did. We did this ESG survey about some of the challenges that development teams are having around securing their apps. And 43% said DevOps integration is a challenge. We're changing the way people are building applications. Scanning things in production has been going on for decades, right? There's lots of tools and techniques to do that. People in the networking team, people in the production teams are all used to these things going on. Now we're having developers change the way they're doing things, inserting things into their process at different stages along the way, looking at repos, looking in the IDE, looking in the CI/CD pipeline, failing the build on different security properties. This is disruptive at first, right? Change is hard, and everyone wants to keep building code fast. So it's going to take some time. But it's what a lot of our customers are struggling with. And, we've taken an approach that, we used to make our tools and our outputs consumable by the security team. Mm-hmm. And today it's 100% focused on having it consumed by the development team. We're seeing the shift where it used to be the security team made AppSec decisions and actually, ran the testing, to where we kind of as now, where it's kind of joint between the AppSec team and the development team, making decisions on, what's the policy, should we push this vulnerability into production? But we're seeing the trend be, it's going to be all the development team is going to be doing all the testing, making all the decisions, and that's a many-year process that we're in the middle of changing. But the vision of what development will be 5 years from now is definitely going to be different than it is now.
Yeah, I think the days of a dedicated separate AppSec team, they're numbered, right? Because you've really got to bring that security component into the development and the DevOps teams. That's the concept of DevSecOps. But it does require integration of results and findings into tools that developers use, not the tools that security folks use. And I think we're still going through that transition of people really understanding that, okay, I found some great results, but which developer is going to pick up that report, that paper report, or log into a security tool to get those? So we have to be very cognizant of those results. That data has to get back into their IDEs, their Jira ticketing systems, their Slack channels, whatever those tools are that the DevOps team's using.
No, absolutely. So the information has to get to the right place in the format that it's there's been many years of optimizing how developers fix bugs, right? And how that whole process works to be efficient, figuring out, do you need to fix the bug? Who needs to fix the bug? And figuring out how can we get that bug detected and fixed earlier in the process to make writing quality, reliable, and efficient code not slow down the team. And so security has to learn from that, and we have to adopt those processes. And so that's why we're building our tools so they just plug into all those places you talk about. And the whole shifting left is also, the developer who ends up writing a piece of insecure code needs to be the one that's fixing that piece of code. There shouldn't be like a separate security fix team, because then that developer never learns, right? And it just takes longer. It's going to cost more. So it's sort of getting the problem as close to the person who created the problem is sort of the mentality that goes into it. And that changes the way you think about application security. It's no longer, what's the risk of this entire application to the business, the way security people think about it. It's looking at the small microscopic lines of code level, is like, detecting a weakness and just fixing that weakness at the point it's created. And you never get to the point of the risk being even have to be managed later by the security team. And it is kind of the dream of AppSec people that the things are working this way, but it's now become a requirement because of DevSecOps. We just can't do it any other way. Other ways are too slow.
Yeah, and I think it also changes the way we measure success in an AppSec program. And the metrics change. I was talking to Sandy Carielli from Forrester yesterday on champions. And I'm like, how do you measure success of a champions program? I'd ask you the same thing. How do we now have to think about measuring success of your application security program? Because we have things like velocity on the developer side, right? They want to push code faster, more frequently. They don't want that friction. But I also have to figure out how to measure things like we're used to, like vulnerabilities and bugs and that kind of stuff. How do you balance these new measurements for AppSec?
Yeah, so I think there's two ways to measure it. One is, does adding AppSec processes and finding and fixing security bugs in your code actually slow you down, right? You want it to be slowing you down as small as possible, right? So a metric of success is my feature velocity slowed down with the same number of resources. Another measure of success is how often am I pushing a known vulnerability into production because I found it too late, it's going to take too long to fix. I had other priorities. I'm pushing that into production, right? And we found in our most recent survey that 48% of teams know that they are pushing known vulnerabilities into production. They're just prioritizing time to market over security, right? Wouldn't it be great if we didn't have to do that? We found those things earlier in the process. They were quicker and easier to fix, so we didn't need to do it. So those are the two ways I'm looking at it: is are you slowing things down? And what risk are you pushing into production?
Yeah, and it's balancing those two, I think, is the most critical part. Is developers, they're incented differently than the security team. So you have to balance that, that volume and frequency side with the risk side. And as long as you can come up with a good balance and you don't slow things down too well, the net benefit is we get better, more secure code in production, and I think that's a win for everybody.
No, absolutely. One of the other data points we found when we did our survey was 60% of respondents, and this is both security teams and engineering teams, said that 60% said that they had an app at their organization that had an OWASP Top 10 vulnerability exploited. So, the attackers are still out there. There's still vulnerabilities being pushed into production. So that's a metric that, is something that the security team can look at, right? Because it doesn't take time to market into consideration. But I think that's something that we obviously want to reduce that over time too.
Yes, definitely. Now, the survey results come out on August 11th, I think, the ISG report?
Yes. And it comes out on August 11th. So this is just I'm just sort of teasing with some stats there. We're putting the final touches on the documentation and the report.
That's great. Chris, thank you so much for joining us on Security Weekly.
It's great to talk to you again. Great to catch up. And let's not let 4 years go by again.
Yeah, let's not. If anybody wants to download that ESG report on August 11th, please visit veracode.com. And with that, we'll take a short break and come back soon with more interviews on Virtual Hacker Summer Camp.
Welcome back, everyone, to Security Weekly's Virtual Hacker Summer Camp. If you're wondering how to hide processes in memory, you tuned into the right segment. Here with me to talk about it is Frank Block, a security researcher at ERNW Research. Frank, welcome.
Hi, nice to be here.
Yeah, it's nice to have you. Frank, what kind of piqued your interest about providing anti-forensic techniques in memory processes?
Sorry again?
What made you interested in doing the research into anti-forensic techniques in memory?
It was kind of the road for my last research, where I investigated PTEs in order to find executable memory, and did a quite amount of time looking into different types of PTEs and their states. And then at some point I came up with an idea of maybe trying to change temper with them. A colleague of mine, so the research I did together with 3 other colleagues, Ralf Palutke, Patrick Reichenberger, and Dominik Stripaika. And Ralf in particular had the same idea, the same point of time more or less, so it was a coincidence. And we started doing the research together. So, and we had just this idea to tamper with this information in order to hide the memory. I mean, the idea itself was not that big, but the effects of it were quite good. So it looked very fine. And then we decided to do it larger research, doing some proof of concept implementations, trying different tools and live analysis. And yeah, from that, we did the full research, the paper, and then also the talk.
Is it about evading the tools, like you mentioned, volatility and recall? Is it about evading the tools, or is it more about the techniques like in memory itself?
It began with evading the tools, so the live tools and also the forensics tools. But at a certain point of time, I was then more interested in how to detect those attacks. What kind of information are there in order to find something fishy going on in the memory segment? So it's more or less both sides that were interesting to us.
That's interesting. Talk at like a high level at all the different methods, because you uncovered a bunch of different methods, right, for hiding in memory, essentially.
Yeah. So the first one that I introduced in the talk was, as I said earlier, the PTEs.
Now,
so
I'm sorry, Frank. What's PTEs?
Oh, sorry. The page table entries. So in the process of translating a virtual address to a physical one, so that you process the virtual address space. You have the DLLs and the heap and stack and so on, and those are all referenced with a virtual address. And in the process of translating that into a physical page where the actual memory is residing, there come the PTEs in play. So at a certain point in time, the virtual address translates to a PTE, which contains the reference to the actual physical page in the RAM where the information is residing. And this PTE has this reference, and we are changing this reference and let it point to a benign page. So the malicious page is not anymore pointed to by the PTE, but it's pointing somewhere else, somewhere benign, where maybe just some couple of A's are residing, or null bytes or whatever. And this is one of the techniques that we did used in order to hide the memory.
So you basically lied about the pointer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The other technique was a little bit similar, and there we did not change the PTEs, but we used another structure which is describing virtual memory. Those are describing the areas. So if you think about the DLLs and the heap and the stack in your memory, those are the boundaries where it starts and where it ends are described by, we are calling them memory area structures. So they have a start and an end pointer, and we did just tamper with them. And the good part about that, it's easy to do. You don't have to undo the hiding all the time in order for the malicious memory to execute. And it was still quite effective, because most of the tools rely on those MES structures in order to find memory, because it would be too time consuming to enumerate all the PTs all the time. So it's an efficiency reason to examine those, but in the end, if you are manipulating them, then you miss some data.
That's awesome.
And the last, I'm not sure if going to the last one too, but the last one was using shared memory. So the idea was that shared memory is normally used to transfer data from one process to another. And they are normally mapped into a virtual address space. So you have more or less two sides to the shared memory. At the one hand, you have this shared memory, which is residing more or less inside the operating system, and each process can have an access to it. It can map it into its virtual address space, but until it maps it into its virtual address space, it's not visible there. It has normally a handle to it, so it has some handle to the shared memory segment, which is somewhere in the operating system, but it's not mapped, so it's not accessible with the virtual addresses. Only if we map it into our address space, it is visible. And the idea was to keep it unmapped as long as we don't need it, and just quickly and shortly map it as long as we want to execute our shellcode or whatever, and then unmap it again. And the effect was that mostly none of the tools, or in this case, almost all, did not find the memory as long as it was unmapped, but it was still in the memory. So we didn't have to rewrite it. It was there, but just not visible for the tools.
Could the tools look for unmapped memory, or is that also kind of an intensive process?
No, that's actually quite simple. We also did create a volatility and recall plugin to do that. So there's a tool out there. You could also do it with WinDebug. I was told, and I'm sorry for that, I forgot to talk about that in my talk and in the paper because I wasn't aware about this research. Jimmy Butler already did some research on getting the hands on the section objects, which is more or less the way to detect the shared memory. So there was also already some research on that. So it's possible, definitely possible. And Redline Memorize might already be capable of doing that. I will have a look at it later on. But yeah, there are tools to do it.
So are the tools for analysis of memory being updated to detect these anti-forensic techniques, or are there still gaps?
The gaps are still there. There are now new plugins. So for recall and volatility, there are new plugins. I'm not sure if to call it a gap because the tools work as intended, more or less, because it depends on the purpose of the tool, because most of the tools are intended to dump the currently mapped memory. And in that case, they are doing what they are supposed to do. You always find a way around those dumping tools. So it's not a flaw in this process from my perspective. It's just a way to hide from this type of dumping.
Have you discovered malware today using any of these techniques, or these new techniques that maybe we just haven't found the malware because it is hiding and has anti-forensic techniques?
Yeah, not that I'm aware of, but doing the false positive investigations, I also mentioned it shortly in the talk. I found that Chromium at some point in time ends up in a place where it has memory hidden, similar to the MES remapping. So one of our techniques where we did it with kernel level access, it seems like Chromium does something which will result in a similar state as our hiding. So that's something that I want to have a deeper look at, because if we can do that without kernel level access, then we would have a way to do it without any access. But I'm not aware of any malware that is doing it currently now.
Well, that's interesting because with Chromium in user land, you could use its already hidden memory, basically, right?
For example, I mean, the problem would be that they are using it. So if you are overriding it, then maybe the Chromium crashes and then the memory is gone.
Right.
But if you find how it ends up at this point, then we could, definitely use it.
That's awesome. And so you have proof of concepts where you actually are executing payloads inside of memory and creating C2 channels.
We created proof of concept for all the techniques for Windows and Linux. Those are available at the GitHub repository that is in the slides. I can also post the link here later on. That's no problem. And I also created an advanced version for the shared memory scenario, which is controllable with a command and control server. So if you want to play with that, it's all up in the GitHub repositories. Just grab it from there and play with it.
Fantastic. And Frank, when is your talk?
The talk was already yesterday.
Oh, okay. So you gave it yesterday.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Yeah, I actually see the link to GitHub in our show notes, so folks can go play around with that. Are you concerned about the balance between, like, now attackers are going to know about these techniques, but also defenders are? I guess it kind of levels the playing field, right?
Yeah, I mean, the access level for doing the first two techniques is you need root kill kernel level access. So the boundary is pretty high. The third technique, not sure, it might be interesting for the attackers, but now you get also the tools to find it. I'm also planning to do a little bit of research on how to do it maybe live, that you are maybe, for example, on Windows able to use a PowerShell script in order to find it. So I think the awareness that now you know how to find it wouldn't make it maybe that interesting for attackers to use it. And even if they would do it, then you would know how to find it. So I would say the risk is not that high.
How constrained on space would your payloads be with some of these techniques?
You mean in a buffer overflow scenario where you have to pull it into the buffer, or
like if I'm finding these places to hide in memory, are there space constraints that would slow you down? Or
you can I mean, there are different ways to set the memory up in a way that you can use like megabytes, gigabytes, so they are not really constraints.
Yeah.
I mean, with a shared memory scenario, you can create a shared memory segment which is like 1 gigabyte or more. And with the PTEs, you would either use already existing memory, then you would have to triage what you can use and what you maybe don't want to use. But it's more or less not restricted in any way.
Yeah, gotcha. Outstanding. That's awesome stuff, Frank. Thank you so much for appearing on Security Weekly. And links to the resources from the segment are in the show notes, including the GitHub repository. Thanks again, Frank.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. With that, we'll take a short break, come back with more interviews. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to Security Weekly's Virtual Hacker Summer Camp. I'm Paul Asadoorian. If you're interested in how to solve the human risk in your organization, you tuned into the right segment. Masha Sedova, the co-founder of Elevate Security, is here with us today to talk about it. Welcome, Masha.
Hey, great to be here.
Yeah, nice to have you back on the show. One of the things I was thinking on this topic, Masha, was really about curiosity, right? Because I don't want to say it kills the cat because you mentioned your cat earlier, right? But it gets us into trouble. I was talking this week where I was like, yeah, sometimes I look at a link on my phone, like I really want to click on it because I'm really curious and I have to wait till I'm, back in the lab and whatnot. And my kids go through this at home trying to keep the Windows PC from getting malware on it, right? And they're just curious. They're like, I want to get an add-on for my game or a new screensaver or background. And I'm like, guys, don't do that. Like that's just bad, right?
Yeah.
So I guess I want to just start off talking about the curiosity factor and how that, plays into human risk.
Yeah. I mean, curiosity is one of the things that make us really awesome as human beings, right? It lets us to explore new ideas and try out things that we haven't done before. So asking us to not be curious is not the great solution.
Right.
The way that I think about human risk and curiosity is acknowledging fully that people will be curious and giving them the tools to understand how to navigate their curiosity more carefully and give them examples as to where curiosity might lead them that they may not want to go and why they need to be careful about their curiosity. Because the thing about curiosity is, what you get when you go down this is, nothing bad can happen. Let me just try this out. I get this cool game, this cool screensaver, everything. I get to click on the purple monkey. Things are great. But if no one has committed any time to tell me, educate me, get me bought in to what the other side is, what the risk is, if it's theoretical, when I'm making that decision, do I click? Do I not click? I'm debating between getting a purple monkey, which I absolutely know I will love, and this theoretical risk that maybe won't ever happen.
Right.
And so we don't actually give our kids, our employees enough to balance that equation properly to make that decision in the moment. Because
Masha, is it about the reward, or is it about people just being really optimistic, or some combination?
I think it's more the reward than being optimistic. We're just wired to want feel-good activities, right? If it gives status, achievement, curiosity. So there's a couple of things that lead us to want to do something. So curiosity is one of them. It's an intrinsic motivator. So it's also an ability to just learn, level up, get better at something are all intrinsic. And it's just human.
We tend to be gluttons for punishment, right? Like if there's a food we know, makes us sick, but like we really want that food, like we'll throw caution in the wind and go for it, right? And just deal with the consequences. I feel like people do the same thing with phishing attacks, right? Like I want to do this, and whatever the consequences are, I'm going to deal with it.
Whatever. Yeah, I forget the comedian who said, I don't stop eating when I'm full. I stop eating when I hate myself. Yeah, that's exactly it. We don't actually know what's good for us. And that's actually one of the most fascinating things for anyone who's listening. If you want to dive into this more, like the fields of behavioral science study this extensively, but time and time again, we've proven that we do not know what's good for us. And what we think is good for us is actually in direct opposition to what the long-term benefits are. And one of my favorite ways of thinking about this is the delta between knowing and actually doing are two very different things. Like the number of people who know that smoking is bad for them and still do it. I mean, there's so much at play here.
Guilty.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard thing to tackle, right? It's one of the things that make us human beings, right? Like knowing something is good for us and actually changing our behavior around it are two very different things, which is why training is not always the best solution.
Right. And is some of the training revolved around like telling people about the consequences, but that's not the full picture either, right? Like how do we make users understand that clicking on stuff is really bad and has these consequences without getting too technical and really having a model that they can more easily follow based on what we just talked about with human nature, right?
Totally. Yeah. So I want to introduce just two high level concepts because I find it really helpful to bucket this. So when I think about security culture, what people do, there's two components. If you think about it as an iceberg, everything that we do that is observable is above the iceberg. So these are behaviors. Do I click? Do I report? Do I download malware? And then everything below the iceberg is, why do I do that? Do I believe it's a problem? Do I think it's my responsibility? Do I think it's going to happen to me? And so you can approach this problem in two directions. One is addressing the top level. Don't click. This is bad for you. This is what you should do differently. And that's mostly the training approach that we've done. And then the underneath the iceberg is let me explain why to you, why this might actually happen. Let me show you a case study of how this happened to someone like you.
Yeah.
Let me show you what access you have that might be of interest to an attacker and what an attacker might get on the black market for this information. And without ever telling you what you should do differently with the clicking, but actually spend time underneath the iceberg. So that's the first thing that I think is really valuable.
And it's hard to get people's attention about the under the iceberg, right? Because you're transitioning out of the enterprise for a moment, your friends and family, you see what they do on social media, and you might send them a quick message or mention it in casual conversation, but it's hard to engage with them. In an enterprise setting, you have, I think, you're set up better to have engagement. So, how do you get the casual users to not get owned on Facebook, which is happening a lot? Some of it's not their fault, right? It's just from data leaks. But I'm helping out a couple of friends that are just having a horrible time with social media. And how do we do that level of education?
Yeah. So this took me a decade of working on this problem to realize the trick is not to get them to care about security. Yeah. Because they're not going to. We should just give up we on that particular aspect of it, because if they cared about security the way we care about security, they'd be on this podcast talking about tackling human rights, but they're not. They care about other things. They care about marketing. They care about sales. They care about unlocking the next level of Candy Crush. What we need to get to do is tie security to the things that they already care about. So things like there's a concept called social proof. How am I doing compared to my peers? And so I don't care about installing 2FA on my Facebook account. But if you told me that 180 of my friends, some of them I respect immensely, have already installed MFA, and it's probably a good thing for me to do, I'm probably going to do that. In fact, Facebook and Georgia Institute of Technology did this study, and they found that it was 1.36 times more likely to get someone to turn on MFA than just saying, hey, this is good for you, as opposed to telling them how many of their friends actually already have that security setting installed. But
it depends who, too, because we can say, well, Paul and Masha, we use 2FA, and they're like, well, yeah, you work in security, of course you do, right? But you have to show that other people that are in their similar situation, not a security professional, are also doing it, right?
Exactly. I've seen a similar kind of approach when trying to get people to use a password manager. I can explain why it's good and why the password reuse is difficult or dangerous and how many hacks. But the most effective thing I found is saying, did you know your CEO uses this password manager? You should too. And it just short circuits the brain and said, well, if it's good enough for the person who has the most amount of access in my company, I should probably use it too. And then we can get into why it's good and all that stuff. But it's hacking our brain. Yeah.
I was going to say,
others are doing it.
You're tricking people's brains into doing the right thing.
Doing the right thing. Yeah. So just skip the whole getting them to care about security and tie security to the stuff they already care about. That's actually much easier to do. Like, hey, you get to win this lockpicking course if you commit code without a bug in the last 3 months. Like, oh, okay, let me figure out what I need to do to commit clean code. All right. Done. So stuff like that.
When it comes to developers, though, there needs to be a model or a champion on the development team, is the way I feel. Do you kind of teach that as well, or is it more about a reward system to get the best expected outcome?
Well, it depends on what the outcome you're trying to drive in for your security team, for your coding team. And if the outcome that you're trying to get to, and this is the one I most commonly come across, is you're trying to get developers to find and fix bugs in code faster and introduce less. And so there's a couple of reasons why that happens. And before introducing things like a champion program or putting everyone through secure coding training, it's really worthwhile to understand why people aren't doing it right now. Is it because they don't know? In which case, training is really helpful. Is it they don't have someone to ask for resources when they get stuck? And the feedback, it takes too long to talk to someone in the security team, in which case having an embedded person is really valuable. And I've seen that work incredibly, it's been an incredibly effective approach to shortening the time to find and fix bugs faster. But I've also seen organizations in which it's just not a management priority. So you could have a champion embedded, but if your manager says, just get the code out the door, don't care if it's secure or not, if we don't hit this deadline, we're screwed. You're going to get rewarded for time of release as opposed to quality of release. And that's a management problem. So you got to understand where the root cause is first.
Yeah, it doesn't. You're right. It just doesn't lie with the developers, right? It's a fundamental organizational issue, whether it's developers or users or whoever the group is, right?
That's exactly it. Yeah, that's exactly it. But I think there's a lot of value, and you're seeing this happen more and more, where we as a security team are embedding knowledge outside of our organizations into the hands of the people who need to make the decision at that time, which is kind of where we start at the beginning of this conversation with curiosity. Right. I can't be there for every time you need to make that decision of whether or not you click on the link, but I can help you and empower you with the pros and cons of that decision, so that you are more capable of making a better decision in the moment.
Masha, I know your talk is a little later this afternoon at 2:30. But in my notes, I had something about the uncovering the things that can help the CISO find the greatest areas of human risk. What's like one tip that you have for that to not spoil your talk?
Yeah. So I'm going to geek out a little bit and tell you why I'm super excited to give this talk. But we took data points from over 1 million different behavioral events. So behavioral events is people clicking on a link. Do they report it? Do they submit their credentials? And also, do they adopt password managers? And do they have 2FA installed? We also took a look at their geography, their tenure at the company. We observed these 1 million plus behaviors across a population of 80,000 employees over 18 months. So we have a really robust data set to understand who is doing what as it relates to being security minded. And we wanted to set out with the question, answer the question, can we find common groupings? Can we predict who's going to be good or bad at something?
Right.
And we found two interesting correlations. One, that tenure was a really strong indicator of phishing resiliency. So how likely you are to click on a phishing link actually very much correlates to your tenure in the company.
That's interesting. My next question would be why.
Why? That's a good question. So I'll give a bit of a spoiler for everyone who's listening to this. When you have what we found for phishing tenure is that if you've been at the company for less than 3 years, or if you've been with your company more than 16 years, you are the two highest risk populations for tenure. For phishing. And the question is why. This is sort of where we're getting into a little bit more guesswork. But what I've observed is that when you're new to the company, you don't have enough time to triangulate to what is normal.
Yeah.
Like you can't, like you're as a new hire, you're really nervous to miss an email from your boss, right? What if it's real? Or what if it's a phishing, right? You don't actually have enough data points to say, I've never seen something like this. This has got to be weird. When you're at the company greater than 16 years, maybe it's less familiarity with technology. That's a guess. Yep. Maybe you care less.
Yeah, you're a little curmudgeon-y after 16 years at the same company, right?
I don't know. Yeah. Who knows, right? There's a couple of theories there too. Yeah. We also took a look at password manager adoption. We found geography was a really big indicator of that. The Asia Pacific region tends to adopt password managers slowest and use them least often.
Interesting.
And again, that might be cultural, that might be educational. There's a lot more work to do there. But to your initial question, now that we have these data sets, we understand where we can go explore and dive in deeper.
Right. That's awesome. And we won't spoil any more for your talk. Masha, it's coming up today at 2:30. Make sure you tune in how we can effectively solve for human risk in our organizations. Masha, thank you so much for appearing on Security Weekly.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
With that, we'll take a short break. Come back with more interviews. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Security Weekly Virtual Hacker Summer Camp 2020. I am your host, Matt Alderman. Joining me for this segment, a very good friend, Corey Bodzin, who's the Chief Technology Officer at deepwatch. Corey, welcome back to Security Weekly.
Hey, thanks for having me again. It's always fun to get together, Matt.
It is. I was just counting. The last 5 companies you've worked for are either previous or current sponsors. I can only thank you for deepwatch, but that's okay. For people who don't know, Corey and I have a long history of working together at Qualys and Tenable and RSA and back and forth. I came here and you've gone a couple other places, so congratulations on the new gig over at deepwatch.
Yeah, thank you. It's a lot of fun, and I figured I needed to get a C title so I could keep up with you. But I am looking forward to that day when we get to work together again.
Absolutely. We're going to talk about LensScore, which is a new. It's a benchmarking tool, I think, right, for SecOps maturity. Give us an overview, kind of the concept behind LensScore, and then I want to get into what's LensScore going to help organizations do.
I'm pretty excited to talk about it. Deepwatch LensScore is our first product offering actually here at Deepwatch. And it came about, we're an MDR services company. We spent a lot of time talking to CISOs. And what we often heard from CISOs, they were always asking the same 3 questions. They wanted to know, what's the current state? What's the maturity of my SecOps organization? Don't just give it to me in a vacuum, but tell me how that compares to my chosen peer group, be it my industry, in my vertical or similar size. And then, because, time is precious for all of us, but probably triply so for CISOs, don't just give me a list of the 500 things that I could do. Give me the one best recommendation about what I should do to improve my effectiveness. And we heard that so often, and we thought, you know what? We had this maturity model that we were used to working with our customers on, and we're in the midst of patenting our maturity model version 2 that brings a real scientific way to measure, are you collecting all the right data? Are you using all the right analytics? Do you have the appropriate coverage throughout your environment? We thought that we needed a way to surface that maturity score, surface industry benchmarks, surface recommendations in a really friendly, easy to use way. And that was what drove us to create the Deepwatch LensScore product.
Now, we've done this in other industries in our past. ClearPoint Metrics, Lumen, there's been other attempts to do this. And one of the challenges has always been, how taking the results and really giving a good set of recommendations and getting value out of these maturity models and these benchmarking products, right? And so what kind of thoughts went into really making this valuable for those people that are going to participate and use this type of tool?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. I've been at a bunch of companies where we've tried to do this, and we talked a lot about the notion of how do we actually make this useful and what's missing from scores. And there are a lot of good products out there. I like Lumen Cyber Exposure Score. Full disclosure, Tenable's a partner of ours. I like companies like Security Scorecard and BitSight, the folks at RiskLens. But what they all do is they all kind of give you here's a score, and it's hard to put together why you have that score. It's hard to understand what you can do to affect that score. And even when you get information about here are things you could do, they tend to be more generic kind of recommendations of, CASB is really good for you. And maybe it's true if you're an all cloud company, but in a manufacturing, there may be an awful lot of on-prem where maybe CASB is not the best recommendation. And so those are some of the things. First, we wanted to capture our maturity model. Our maturity model is reasonably sophisticated. The math has actually passed me. Once they got into logistic algorithms, I hung up my hat. But it does incorporate a variety of factors, and it weights them according to context. And context is something that we uniquely have with our customers. We're embedded with their SecOps team. We understand their environment. We understand their business drivers. And so for our customers, we're able to pull in all sorts of context to say, you have a maturity score of 5 on a scale of 1 to 10. But it's not just, hey, 5's bad, you should be up to 6, you should be up to 7. We can say instead, 5 is actually roughly where your peer groups land. It's roughly what we would expect. Or, here's a gap that we know we have, and if you were able to add this particular data source, maybe give us your Microsoft Active Directory log so that we can see credential misuse, maybe evidence of lateral movement, something like that. Maybe instead of adding a technology, we say, look, you've got cyber reason for your EDR. It's fantastic. You're only 10% deployed. If you could get up to 20% deployed, it would bump your score up considerably. And it's maybe lower effort because you already know how to do it. It's just a matter of rolling out more. That context and being able to turn that into those concise recommendations of here's the most impactful thing you could do takes into account not just how good the technology may be, but what it means to you, what it means to your business, and really reflects some of the idea of the level of effort. That's where we think we get to be really unique. And we're not trying to solve, for the whole set of security, maybe someday. But right now, we're very targeted on SecOps and your SOX maturity level. And so in that context, we have a unique vantage point in the industry and with our customers to really make effective recommendations and help, share some knowledge and best practices.
Yeah, I think you bring up two very valid points that I think has been a struggle when we've tried to do this in the past in other markets. Context is a big portion of this, right? We talk about this from a risk perspective all the time. You need context, right? You need to understand the environment. You need to understand criticality of assets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is what I think slowed a lot of things down in the vulnerability management space when we've attempted to do this in the past. And sometimes when people try to add context, Corey, they limit it to a handful of things that you can configure. But context is more complex than that. So how have you thought about what are the different elements that come into context that really drive the math behind the algorithms?
Yeah, that's a great question. And context is really hard. The notion of what your assets are and what's important to you is something I've actually talked about throughout my career. And when we were together at Tenable, one of the things I heard at one of our customer advisory boards, I'll never forget, made an impact on me. We had a major auto manufacturer was talking. We were talking about how do you decide what your important assets are? And we were going down this path of, the systems that control your production or your supplier chain is really critical. And she had raised her hand and she said, in our country, the unions we have really rigorous rules. And so actually, one of the most critical systems we have are our commissary payment processing systems. Because if our workers can't get lunch because we can't take a credit card, our factory shuts down because they're allowed to go home. And that's the kind of thing you don't find by just pulling technical data. You don't get that information by talking at a high level about, our data centers and our servers. You actually have to be talking to the practitioners, the business owners who really understand what drives their business. And that's something we capture at deepwatch. When we talk with customers, we understand those nuances about, it looks like this might be critical. Here's what really makes our business hum. And then our algorithm is able to adjust for that notion of the importance of those assets, the impact to the business, what the effectiveness of controls would be. And something like, a point of sale unit for a commissary, you don't want to make a recommendation about you should have an EDR agent on there. It's probably not feasible. That's probably a case where we really want to get some good logging flowing into the SIM. So those are some of the things we try to account for. And I'd be lying if we said we had all that, but that's we started with the maturity score a while back. We're just patenting version 2. We have plans, I joke with my team about, we're going to incorporate that into version 3, version 10, version 719. So we really expect to grow this as we get feedback, as we get more data, and as we really hear from people, here are the attributes we want to catch And here are the things that really provide that useful context.
Yeah, we had Doug Hubbard on Business Security Weekly Tuesday night, and he was talking about, look, no algorithm is perfect. What you have to do is minimize uncertainties, which means you're going to iterate through this algorithm multiple times over, to your point, to 719, because you're going to find another element that reduces the amount of uncertainty in your scores, and therefore you're going to incorporate that and make those measurements even better.
That's right, and we have, hopefully our viewers will try logging in. We'll get to the tagline on that later. But in our deepwatch Lens Score product, there are areas where we provide very specific discrete values. There are a lot of areas where we fall back to ranges or simply high, medium, low, and that we do that to reflect that level of uncertainty. And as Hubbard said, I think it was in How to Measure Anything, or maybe it was in How to Measure Anything in Security. Any bit of data you get that helps you make better decisions is good, even if it's not precise. And that's something we've really taken into account in our algorithm. We tried, and in our presentation, is to make sure we're giving you information that helps you make better decisions. We'll keep refining it to help even pinpoint those decisions more.
Now, the second point I want to get on is the actionability of the results, right? This is the big thing that's always kind of limited us in our past, which is, okay, let's assume I have enough context to prioritize. It's really, how do I then take that prioritized list and make it actionable? So to walk me through some of those different action steps. You score the environment. Now I have to make it actionable for me to really figure out how to improve my maturity from one step to the next. It's that actionability. So how do you really accomplish that well with what's happening in Lens Score?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So there are three key components to the score I talked about. I'm going to take them in reverse order. The first one that we have a direct ability to provide action on is asset coverage. Great example, Cybereason and an EDR partner of ours. We have customers who want to deploy it, and we know what percentage of their environment they've got deployed against. And it's very easy to come up with an action plan of increasing that percentage, of increasing the coverage, and also knowing, by the way, where you stop. But 100% might not make any sense. You might be able to get plenty of visibility and the capabilities you need covering 50% or 70%. So we start there with asset coverage, or that's one of the components. We also have a notion of our use case analytics. That's actually what we do with the data we collect. And when we onboard customers of varying maturity levels, sometimes customers are not ready for us to turn on all of those analytics. Maybe they're not in a position to take action on them. Maybe it requires very specific tuning to make sure that the signal to noise ratio is appropriate. And those are the kind of things that often happen during onboarding. You make certain decisions that you want to revisit, but memories and busyness being what they are, it doesn't always come back. So we make that a really important part of the recommendations of the algorithm as well, is, hey, you're giving us all the data we need to detect things like lateral movement, but some of these analytics we had turned off because we needed to tune it. So our number one recommendation to you is, let's sit down with one of our detection engineers and do the tuning. Those are two areas where we have some really key insights just from our day-to-day operations with our customers. Then another really important point is actually having the data, having the technologies and the capabilities. And this is where we have great partners like GuidePoint, and we have great experience, right? We can say things like, we know, we fully adopted a Beyond Corp model here. We think that MFA is a really important capability, and it adds a lot to customer SecOps maturity. We don't, we're fine if you want to use RSA or if you want to use Duo. And we don't make any recommendation on the technology, but we do have partners who can help and guide. And GuidePoint is a great example. They bring a lot of expertise to the table of, in your industry, we've seen that this product's been a really good fit financially, from a deployment standpoint, et cetera. So we can seamlessly do that handoff to say, if you really do want this 1 or 2 point increase in maturity score, here are the people who can help you understand what it'll cost, what the level of effort is, can even bring a team to help you make it so. And that's really where, to your point, you and I think both worked at Qualys when Ann Johnson was there, and she said something great that has always stuck with me, right? About a customer saying, "You've told me the 100 things I should go fix, or the 10,000 things I should go fix, and I hope you sleep well tonight." We tried to be really deliberate on this, of not just saying, here's the 100 things you should do, but actually here's the plan to do it, so that you can do one and, as a CISO, really sleep well that night.
If people, how long does it take to fill out the questionnaire to give you that? If a CISO is going to go log in, how long should they kind of set aside to actually get through it?
Yeah, so when I joined deepwatch, I used the thought experiment of, suppose we're at BlackHat, we're going to have 1,000 people walk up to the booth. How do we make sure that in 90 seconds they've got value? We're obviously all still at home, but virtually that's still the target we've gone for. So our initial release of Deepwatch Lens Score, the notion is we model, is tabletop modeling. We load a set of defaults based on what we know about various industry profiles. And so within 15 seconds of logging in, you've got a score and you've got recommendations. Now, you'll then want to go and tune it to what your exact environment looks like. And that doesn't take that long, to be honest. It can be done in a couple of minutes where you can model out, I think I have these technologies, I have these capabilities. We make some assumptions for people who are not customers of ours about coverage and use case analytics. And within a few minutes, you've got what we call a potential score. It's where we think we could be with the level of information that we have. Now, if you want to get a more exact score, your actual score, we have a call to action in the product. Our team will reach out to you, and then we'll go through a deeper dive. That still only takes an hour, couple of hours, depending on how thorough you want to be, how large your environment is, where we'll ask some questions about your infrastructure, your cloud usage, things like that. But anybody should, within a few minutes, be able to get an idea of where they're at, and within a couple hours of chatting, know exactly where they're at and what they should do next.
That's great. Corey, thank you so much for joining us on Security Weekly. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. I'm looking forward to a day when we can both get on a plane and have a beer, or in this case, a sake together.
Yes, absolutely. Anybody who wants to log in and get their maturity score, please visit deepwatch.com/lens-score. And with that, we'll take a short break and come back with more interviews from Virtual Hacker Summer Camp. Welcome to Security Weekly's Virtual Hacker Summer Camp 2020. I am your host, Matt Alderman. Joining me for this segment is Brian Kime. He's a senior analyst over at Forrester Research, and we're going to talk cyber threat intelligence. Brian, welcome to Security Weekly.
Thank you for having me, Matt.
Now, I'm going to frame this a little bit so we can get into the discussion. You know, I monitored the threat intelligence market, maybe 5-6 years ago. And one of the challenges, I think, with the threat intelligence market back then was lots of feeds. How do you extract value out of those threat intelligence feeds? And it's gone through some ebbs and flows over the years. Kind of what's been happening over those past 5 or 6 years, and kind of where are we right now with cyber threat intelligence?
So it's expanding, it's contracting and all. There are some acquisitions and mergers. There's more of the email vendors and other vendors that are acquiring smaller threat intelligence vendors to round out their products and services. I thought with going into this pandemic that honestly, a lot of the vendors that I cover, that I speak to regularly, would be struggling. And there are a lot of businesses that are struggling due to this pandemic. But actually, a lot of the vendors in my space they're hitting their sales goals, and they are sometimes exceeding their sales goals. They're doing really well. And this to me is a signal that a lot of the buyers are actually starting to realize the value of threat intelligence. I come from Army intelligence, and my job description always said, I reduce risk and uncertainty to the unit. And that's really what our goal should be in cyber threat intelligence. And so I think we're seeing some actualization of that the end user is seeing that there is just an incredible amount of uncertainty here. I have information gaps. I need someone to help me fill those gaps. And the vendors in this space are finally able to really come in and demonstrate that value now.
I had Richard Steinen on earlier in the week from IT Harvest, and we were talking about the whole market scape. And one of the numbers he gave me actually kind of surprised me a little bit. I think he said the threat intelligence vendor market's growing at 38%. The average is 34%. I thought that was a little high, but you just kind of reiterated aspects of that.
Yep.
The market is thriving even in a lockdown scenario.
Yeah. I agree with Richard in that aspect. Yeah.
Okay, good. Now, one of the big challenges has been how to effectively operationalize threat intelligence, right? We're going to maybe talk a little bit about how many feeds or sources, as you said.
Yeah.
How many is enough? How many aren't enough? How do I operationalize all those feeds? Because I think one of the really big challenges has been operationalizing it and getting value out of those different sources.
Yeah, before you even go to acquire some threat intelligence vendor, you really need that intelligence collection plan. And before you really build your collection plan, you kind of got to understand what your key intelligence questions or your priority intelligence requirements are. So you need some kind of process to elicit those requirements from all of your stakeholders throughout your organization. So not just the CISO, but security architecture, your PR teams, your marketing teams, your operational leaders. If you're in manufacturing, it's your plant managers and so forth. What gaps do they have with securing those environments, with protecting the business's reputation? Because when you talk to the boards, reputational risk is always going to be at the top of their risk agenda. So once you have that, your key intelligence questions, your priority intelligence requirements, you start aligning your intelligence sources there. And you should start internally. What do I have internally that can answer those things there? And then when you have a gap there, a blank in that collection plan, then you need to go find vendors for that. So there shouldn't be a goal of just collecting everything you can. You need to collect what you need that fits your plan, which helps you answer those stakeholder requirements. It could be one vendor. It could be some open source feeds. It might be a collection of different vendors.
So the recommendation here is not to just buy as many feeds as you can.
Nope.
You really need to think strategically through, all right, where do I have a gap in my intelligence collection capabilities? And then find the appropriate vendors. Because what I've seen is, in the early days, it was all about threat intelligence integration into the SIM, right? provide more contextual information to the SIM. But we've seen other markets leverage threat intelligence to help them as well. We talked a little bit about email. We talked about vulnerability management, for example, right?
Yep.
Prioritization in the threat vulnerability management space requires you to have some of that contextual data. So now you're seeing the vulnerability management vendors integrate in threat feeds. Those aren't going to the SIM necessarily. Same with email, right?
Exactly. Actually, in our annual survey, we do ask our respondents about intelligence use cases, and vulnerability is the number one answer, actually. And so your old employer, Tenable, I think, is actually doing some really good things around vulnerability prioritization. So they're doing a lot of data science on which vulnerabilities are being exploited, likely to see exploitation. There is actual absolute use case to get in your underground criminal markets or your deep and dark web, and really find out what vulnerabilities the threats are interested in, what capabilities are they buying and selling and trading amongst each others. And that is half of prioritization, of course, but that is a very, very good use case for cyber threat intelligence.
Yeah, and I think Tenable is doing it both at the IT side and now the OT side.
Yes.
Are there good feeds for the OT side of the business? Because look, industrial control systems, operational technology has been kind of one of those areas ignored over the number of years. Now that we're seeing more focus on these types of systems, are there valid feeds that really help kind of augment that vulnerability detection side?
Yeah, there is very limited ICS threat intelligence. So if you're overseas on the other side of the pond, you're probably looking at Kaspersky's industrial cybersecurity practice over there. And then stateside, you really have two choices, and that's FireEye's cyber physical team and Dragos security. And Dragos is, of those, the only ICS and critical infrastructure specific. They focus solely on those personas, those organizations, and they are. I'm a prior client, full disclosure. They do some really good work in this space, but it really does take some really specialized knowledge to produce threat intelligence that is specific to those OT leaders.
Yeah, I know Rob Lee really well. I mean, what he's built over at Dragos has been fantastic. I mean, that's his focus. He knows that market in and out. One of the areas I haven't seen a lot of threat intelligence integration yet is kind of this emerging space around application security. We talk vuln management, but I think about threat intelligence feeds from a vulnerability management perspective really being more focused at the device, the operating system, et cetera. Are we seeing trends or will we see trends on threat intelligence at the application layer in some of the different AppSec vendors that are out there? I mean, that market's expanded greatly. We had Sandy on yesterday, one of your colleagues. We've talked with her about bot detection, some other stuff, but that market's getting really big, but I'm not seeing as much threat intelligence integration there. Is it valid?
You're
Are
not the
you
only
seeing
one.
it? Okay.
There's obviously some use cases there. If we're building bad code, then downstream effects from there. So Sandy actually introduced me to one vendor. I want to say that was Snyk, SNYK, and they have some intelligence around the AppSec side, but it is not common, and it's definitely a use case. And if you are a developer, you should definitely have an understanding of how a threat may exploit your code.
Right. Yeah. Are there other markets like that that haven't fully embraced threat intelligence and the ability to correlate that threat intelligence into that submarket?
None that I can think of. Now, there are industry verticals that are slow to bring in threat intelligence to defend their own environments. Manufacturing, I think, is on the is a laggard in there, and we're seeing that with some of the recent ransomware events, like at Honda, last year's Norsk Hydro, Locker Goga event, and several others in the space. I think manufacturing sat in this kind of soft spot where they didn't attract a whole lot of criminal activity because, manufacturing facilities don't have a whole lot of customer data and so forth. Not a whole lot they can steal and sell. And then with state-sponsored threats, Honda is not really a critical infrastructure asset owner. I can't shut off the lights or anything. I can't achieve like some kind of strategic effect by ransoming or destroying the networks that they manufacture so much. But that's not true anymore, because now we see things like NotPetya, LockerGoga, the eCans ransomware, and now manufacturing facilities are being impacted by some of these events of this varying criminal or state nature. So manufacturing definitely needs to bring in some, of course, OT specific threat intelligence, but they need your general broad threat intelligence as well.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. I mean, from a maturity level, I think manufacturing's been further behind the security maturity curve anyway. Yeah. So threat intelligence would be one of those things you would come in later, because there's probably so many other things in that industry that have to be kind of mature before you're ready to take a feed from a threat intelligence source, right?
Yeah, that's key. A lot of buyers or end user clients are just not sophisticated enough, honestly, for some of the intelligence that a Dragos or a FireEye or a CrowdStrike produces. They don't know how to take that APT fuzzy snuggly duck report and do anything except for put the IOCs at the end into their SIM. Being able to actually read and understand a threat's intent and objectives and how they carry out an intrusion takes a little more sophistication. And so there's a lot of education that we need to do in this side. So on what CISOs and organizations should do, though, in the intelligence field, honestly, is the board wants to protect their reputation. So honestly, the brand kind of focused intelligence vendors, Digital Shadows, Recorded Future, ZeroFox, Insights, and those vendors in there that look for phishing, domain spoofing, spoofed social media profiles and so forth, that could provide a lot of value and start to introduce the organization to the value of threat intelligence. And when I refer to the vendors that are doing really well during COVID-19, specifically it's those vendors, because we see where does domain tools count, like somewhere north of 150,000 illegitimate domains referencing coronavirus, COVID-19, or pandemic or something. Right. So that's very useful, and from your lowest level security operations center analyst up to the CEO and the board, they kind of understand what phishing is and how it can impact their brand.
We were talking MITRE ATT&CK framework last night. Mm-hmm. Has MITRE ATT&CK framework actually helped the threat intelligence vendors a little bit? Because now when you bring the threat intelligence in with some of these other solutions, Did the MITRE ATT&CK framework actually help the threat intelligence vendors with some of that contextual correlation? Because now we have this matrix that we can use to really look at how attacks propagate in the techniques that are being used?
I think it definitely has helped them. Of course, really the goal is to help our defenders in all these environments. And again, like the lack of sophistication, I think it's taken some time to make our defenders a little smarter on something like MITRE ATT&CK and how they can use it, how they can see gaps in their own security, how can they understand their own threat landscape by using MITRE ATT&CK to build some really good, powerful metrics based off that, but also to influence the red teaming and the pen testing and adversary emulation. How do we build, a secure defense in depth or a zero trust architecture when you have the data that comes out of MITRE ATT&CK? I think that helps guide those conversations with those various stakeholders. So MITRE ATT&CK has been really useful. I think it's going to become more useful. We talk ICS a little bit. Now there's the ICS attack framework. And so I think we are going to see a lot of benefits there. We'll really see more benefits when the MSSPs, when the network security providers start adding MITRE ATT&CK techniques to all of their alerting, their snort rules, and other detections there, because the focus really has been on the endpoint tools right now. Right. And for a defender to kind of see everything going on, they really need attacks throughout the whole life cycle, throughout their both network and host controls.
Yeah, one of the things we highlighted last night was we did a mapping between MITRE ATT&CK and PCI, and 30% of the mitigations boiled down to configuration management, which I thought was really, really interesting, because it's not a very sexy topic for most security organizations, but these misconfigurations are creating a lot of the holes for these breaches to happen.
Yep. Absolutely. Every day there's an AWS bucket that is wide open, and so it's real.
Yeah. What does the market look like over the next couple of years? Do we stay on this 38% growth path that Richard stated the other day? Does it consolidate, slow down? What does it look like over the next couple of years? What can we expect out of the threat intelligence market?
So I expect growth to continue for definitely a little bit. Uncertainty is not going to settle down to a more normal level until we see the vaccine, until we're really back out and doing this in person. I expect there will be some acquisitions and mergers. There's still VC money coming in. Both Census and Gray Noise actually got VC money, or they announced VC money this week. So there's continued investment. I have private equity firms coming to me for inquiry, asking about a lot of the vendors in this space. So there is some appetite. There's some money on the sideline, and the PE and the VCs are looking to do something with it, and they are looking at the threat intelligence vendors because I think they're seeing some of the same things that Richard and I are seeing, that the end users, the buyers, are seeing value. They see that they have gaps, and they need help with it. One space that I think we will probably see some innovation in is around disinformation. There's only one vendor I know that really does dedicated work in the disinformation space, and this goes way beyond just sentiment analysis or looking at spoof social media profiles. This is looking at trying to assess what narratives are being artificially amplified and so forth. With an emerging, with vaccines going into phase 2, phase 3 trials or so forth, maybe we'll have a viable vaccine here in the next 6 months or so. And I completely expect some of our strategic adversaries to use their disinformation and influence operations playbooks to continue to sow chaos in the West around the vaccines, to promote the anti-vaxxer crowds, to look at alternative vaccines maybe that aren't as beneficial, and maybe try to sow some distrust amongst the different vaccines. Which one do I get? Do I get this one from this pharmaceutical company, this one from this one? We've already seen those state-sponsored threats actually breach some of these pharmaceutical companies that are doing research into vaccines. So it's going to be a real interesting second half of 2020 for sure.
Yeah, and I think the first part of 2021 as well.
Yeah, probably.
Brian, if people want to get some more of the research, where can they go to find some of the research that you've been producing over at Forrester?
Definitely, Forrester.com. Search for my name, and you'll find I have a blog in front of our paywall, and I tend to preview a lot of the finished research there. And then, hit me up on Twitter and LinkedIn. Happy to have, some conversations, talk generally about the research and my own personal opinions. There's lots of things that I see and read and hear that doesn't get into research. So I'm happy to share that, through social media.
That's great. Brian, thank you so much for joining us on Security Weekly.
Thanks for having me, Matt.
And with that, we'll take a short break and come back with more interviews for Virtual Hacker Summer Camp.
Welcome back to Security Weekly's Virtual Hacker Summer Camp. I am Paul Asadoorian. In this segment, we'll be talking about threat hunting and incident response with Google Cloud and Tanium. Here with us today, Anton Chuvakin, Head of Solution Strategy for Google Cloud, is with us. Anton, welcome.
Thank you.
Matt Hastings, the Senior Director of Product Management at Tanium, is here with us. Matt, welcome.
Thank you.
So Anton and Matt, we saw this segment that we had coming up. We read some of the announcements, and we were like, "What's going on?" So I thought I'd ask you both, kind of a little background on the product side, respectively, and then what the integration means, if I can call it an integration and/or partnership. I'll let you guys explain.
Sure. So do you want to have a more an official answer or more like a fun answer?
Let's go with fun, always. You're on Security Weekly.
Okay, perfect. So I'm sometimes credited with coining the term EDR, right? And it was way back in 2013 when I was at Gardiner. So when I thought of EDR, I kind of thought of a sensor on the endpoint that can see a lot of things, capture the right information that goes far beyond logs, but also a backend that can be kind of a brain for the sensor. So I thought when I originally thought of EDR vision, I thought of a sensor and a brain. Mm-hmm. So as time progressed, EDR product evolved, and some of them had a great brain and a not so great sensor, and some of them had a great sensor and maybe not so great a brain. So I feel like the Chronicle Tanium thing is kind of a chance to collect the best sensor with the best brain.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'll kind of stop there.
Yeah, no, that's a perfect overview. Matt? You want to kind of weigh in from the Tanium perspective, what it means to be part of this integration?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it in the context of sensors and brains. Tanium for the longest time has invested pretty heavily in the sensor space. So visibility on the endpoint and providing great flexibility and depth into the endpoint itself. And then partnering, I think you can call it a partnership and an integration with Chronicle to provide that data back to them, to then overlay that information with other log services and provide a single brain for decision making makes a lot of sense, not only for us, but also for our customers.
Yeah, and Matt, what are some of the greatest differentiators on the EDR side for Tanium?
I would say our flexibility. So if you look at any two attacks, they're going to be different in some respects. And incident responders are going to need flexibility to respond to those attacks in both real-time and historical context. And so Tanium has always been very much real-time focused, ask a question, get an answer. With the partnership with Google, that just now extends our historical visibility back, up to a year, which is almost unheard of in incident response.
Yeah, and Anton,
by the way, as a fun addition to this, by the way, I would say that the retention length is something that I would probably gush about further in the call. But to me, one thing is notable is that sometimes what we see is people use Tanium as well as other EDR tools for security, but there would always be all those little tasks on the side, like I want to make changes, maybe block something, maybe reconfigure something eventually. And to me, the fact that Tanium is probably on the stronger side, I'm remembering my Gardiner self comparing EDRs, in terms of acting on the machine and collecting data that isn't narrowly defined security telemetry. So to me, this is kind of a big advantage as well, is that there is a broader purpose to Tanium and there is more control and action features.
And Anton, on the Google Cloud side with the Chronicle product, what are some of the things that attracted you to go there, and what are some of their biggest differentiators?
So Chronicle platform, again, one of the items, probably the most critical item that attracted me to the startup when I left my comfort of my ivory tower at Gardiner and joined Chronicle, was the technology, but also the economic model. Of course, during my first encounter with the Chronicle team, I was kind of impressed by search speed, but then I realized I'm talking to people from Google. They can search the internet in a fraction of a second. So I'm being impressed of them searching logs in a fraction of a second. So it's kind of silly. So it's there. However, the economic model, the fact that Chronicle doesn't charge per volume of logs or for the number of log sources or for any traditional metrics for SIEM log management, to me, the fact that we can not charge that and offer a flat price per employee has powerful magic, because it just means that you don't have to decide, hey, do I collect the HTTP logs? Do I collect this type of EDR telemetry? is it worth it in terms of the license burn? There's no such thing for us. Like you paid for the tool, you paid a fixed price per employee, and then you have the whatever telemetry you want. You want more, you can have more. You want less, you can have less. You want EDR in addition to firewalls? Sure. You want DNS? That's fine. There's no real, it's not an economic decision. It's a security merit decision. So there's one more thing I like to highlight in terms of Chronicle advantages is kind of how we cross-link and enrich the data. So for example, I've met enough people who's been searching for, IP addresses, DNS names, but nobody really ever said something like, if I'm searching for an IP address, I also want the data that resolves to this IP, even though there's no IP in the logs. And it's kind of actually a trivial feature in Chronicle. It's a foundational feature. We automatically enrich everything. So in essence, this does add power to our rule-based detections, to our searching, to pivoting. We sort of cross-link, enrich. The internal term is aliasing, but I still think of it as enrichment of many types of data. So if you click on a firewall event, you can see EDR data right there. So to me, this is really cool, and this is almost like how I dreamed SIEM should be in my younger years. Yeah, I have weird dreams, I know.
Matt, what are like the popular queries that people are asking of Tanium? How does that tie into Chronicle? And what's the kind of heart and soul of what's my problem, and how does this kind of collaboration help solve it?
Yeah, so I think it really runs the gamut. As Anton mentioned, Tanium is unique in its breadth on the endpoint. So we have just as many customers using us for EDR as we do customers using us for patching and application deployment. But the data layer is all the same. So we can send all that same information into Chronicle. So we can provide you not only EDR telemetry data, but overlay that with, let's say, vulnerability information, information about sensitive data that may be on endpoints, and patch status, et cetera. So that starts building a really strong, big picture about not only why is this endpoint important to my organization, but what may make it infected, what may be causing a potential compromise. And then one of the things Anton mentioned was the brain power of what Chronicle is bringing. So I think this is kind of the evolution of what he first coined in EDR. This is what now talking about XDR. And so now that we've combined multiple log sources, made a decision about what to do, we can then circle back to Tanium to actually enact action on the endpoint, to take a remedial step to, say, remove an attacker, patch a vulnerability, update an application. Those are all well within our wheelhouse.
Yep. And admittedly, I mean, as I learned in the past, not every customer would act automatically or would trigger automated actions, but at the same time, the chance is there and the possibility is there to accelerate response from that point of view.
I'm a network packet geek, right? And I love NetFlow as well. How does that come together between, because I believe memory serves me correctly, Tanium can also collect some network telemetry from the host side. Obviously, Chronicle can probably pull in, I would imagine, full packet captures and or NetFlow. Actually,
Zeek, layer 7 telemetry, not FPCs. I mean, we don't want the payloads, but we do have through Zeek and through other integrations, we get the layer 7 captures. To me, they're quite sufficient for most cases, but admittedly not all.
Gotcha. And Matt, on the Tanium side, are you collecting any network telemetry connections, from the host?
Yeah, so your standard IP connections, your standard DNS requests, HTTP requests. What's nice is when you marry that up with the Chronicle data set, things that might get in the middle of those, like proxies or firewalls, you can start seeing a much broader picture.
Yeah. I mean, funny enough, we do see. So I think Zeek style from both open source and the Core Lite commercial data, probably one of the more popular data sources. We see a lot of the data, and of course, marrying that to endpoint is hugely useful. Like in all the years, in past, I would say this is a hugely useful combination. Like detailed telemetry from what's running and what it's doing on the machine, tied straight to layer 7 connectivity out and in. Like that, that's amazing.
No, agreed. I love, and there's lots of ways to, skin this cat, right? But I love, I'm looking at the network, traffic logs, right? NetFlow or Zeek logs, I should say. And I go, well, that host sent that kind of weird. Like, I wonder what the user and the process was, right? And then you marry those two together and you get a way more complete picture and can make decisions better.
But here's the thing, the ability to do it was there for many products. I mean, there's no real it's kind of clear what to do. The point is that for Chronicle, it's kind of done for you by the platform layer. There's no real need to do anything. I mean, that's a default feature of the product. And so to me, while I respect the guys who want to search for keywords in raw text search, I still feel like they're kind of wasting a lot of time doing that. Yeah, they know they have, quote unquote, the original data. But to be honest, their brains have to work a little bit too hard to kind of connect the dots. And to me, the fact that the Chronicle connects those dots for you, and I mean, admittedly, in a correct manner, does make it hugely useful for many of security operations people.
I imagine that both the Chronicle platform and Tanium have threat intelligence integrations. How do those come together? Is it independent sources? Do you kind of merge them? How does that work?
I think it's a little bit of both. So we do a number of data detections directly on the endpoint. One of the nice options is all of those detections or Tanium alerts can be sent directly into Chronicle. On the same side of that coin, we can also send direct raw telemetry data into Chronicle for ingestion into their own threat intelligence platform. Mm-hmm. I'll let Anton speak to that.
Yes, that's actually, I would probably start at exactly the same spot, is that if there's a TI source, threat intel source that Tanium matched, the match is an alert for us, so we'll get that. However, for Chronicle, we sort of classified some of the threat intel sources as like detection grade, and some of them are more context grade. So example is VT, virus total stuff. We're not going to wake people up at 3 a.m. over a VT match, right. But you want to see VT matches in Chronicle. So if an alert, threat intel match from Tanium or some other Tanium telemetry comes in, we would link it to our threat intel sources, and some of them would result in detections, and some of them would result just in enrichment activities. So, for example, if I see a hash would get linked to VT data, but we're not gonna trigger any alarms of VT scores, but you would see them in the UI. So there would be some other TI sources that would serve in that manner. Of course, people keep prodding us and saying, hey, at Google, you probably have some kind of super secret, ultra unique data sources. And we do. The point is that not all of them are exposed to clients. So some of them are probably too secret even for us at Chronicle. But we have a way to process them through a human side, through uppercase team that we have. So some of the threat intel sources that are sort of like the very top tier of the very top shelf, of the very far corner of the top shelf threat intel sources, would get exposed through uppercase only. They would not go into a system.
Gotcha.
But customers can still, unfortunately, or is it the reality? I don't know. It's unfortunate. We may end up using it as a sort of additional subscription because we are using humans to do that, the uppercase team.
And I'm assuming that this integration is probably pretty easy to stand up, right? Like if you have Tanium and you have Chronicle, getting the two to talk to each other is probably pretty straightforward.
No, the point was that it's actually done already. There is I think easy is not good enough. It has to happen before you actually get the bundle.
So if I have both, like, is there a way to, that integration's kind of built in, or do I have to go click a button, or like, what does it look like?
There's one button. I'll be honest. There is one button. You do have to select it, and that'll tell Tanium to just start sending data to Chronicle. But to Anton's point, one of the big advantages here is you want to send as much data as you can, because the whole idea here is to detect something that was previously unknown.
Right.
And so when you want to do that, you need as much data as possible at your disposal. And as far as I know, Chronicle is the only / best company that's doing that.
I mean, 1 year retention for free, well, included with price, is kind of mind-blowing. I mean, I admit that when I first saw the team, I just could not see how economics can ever work. But I mean, after I've been with the company, I know that it does. And so to me, the fact that we can have the 1 year retention for EDR data and not charge for it essentially is incredible, yet it's true. I mean, I know some other EDRs, even the cloud ones, they can certainly build the backend to retain data in the cloud for a long time, but the costs go up, and then they become crazy high, so nobody actually ends up paying them. I've met people who store EDR data for a week, and then you have to pay a lot of money to store it for a month, and we're like, what? Why would you do that? Like, you're going to get free 1 year retention. You wouldn't have to think about it ever.
Yeah, no, it's a great model. Well, Anton and Matt, thank you so much for appearing on Security Weekly. Folks that want to learn more can go to securityweekly.com/Tanium. Thanks again, guys.
Thanks, Paul.
With that, we'll take a short break, come back. I think we got one more segment, maybe two, coming up next. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Security Weekly's Virtual Hacker Summer Camp 2020. I am your host, Matt Alderman. Joining me for this interview segment is Matthew Gardiner. He's a principal security strategist at Mimecast. Matthew, welcome to Security Weekly.
Hey, thanks for having me.
It's been a long time. Matthew and I used to work together at RSA. We might have passed at a conference somewhere, but it's been a while since you and I have gotten a chance to speak.
How are we going to bump into people these days?
Yeah, I know, exactly right.
Live conferences.
Yeah, we got to do it this way. It's the only way it's going to happen, I think. We're going to talk about your updated threat intelligence report, your BlackHat USA edition. I want to talk about some findings there. But before we do that, I think most people are familiar with Mimecast, but you guys have made a number of acquisitions over the past year or two. Can you give us kind of an overview of Mimecast and kind of the vision behind Mimecast?
Yeah, I'd say big picture, we're well known for in the security domain for email security, but I would think of us more as a security controls in the cloud, beginning with email security. And most of our innovations have been internally developed, but we do bolt-on acquisitions. In fact, we just did one last week. So we've expanded the security controls we can provide to be more than email. It's about web security. It's about brand exploitation. It's about deeper analysis of messaging, but really all to bring forward email security controls from the cloud to address all the different types of attacks, or many different types of attacks organizations are seeing.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people think about web filtering and email filtering is two different solutions. And I think what's really interesting about some of the things that you guys have done over the past few years is you're really melding a lot of those capabilities together in a unified, integrated platform.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird if you think about the defenders being siloed, but the attackers being integrated. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, just in a straight-off phishing attack, usually they're sending you an email with a link to bring you to some credential collection page or some malicious website. So they think of it integrated, but the defenders historically, anyway, think of web security as one bucket, email security as another bucket. Why? It really doesn't make any sense. It's historical, and our view is that increasingly security controls need to be integrated, provided from the cloud, and there are a lot of reasons why, but one of them is to address how attackers are attacking you with an integrated platform.
Right, exactly. I had Brian Kime on earlier from Forrester. We were talking through threat intelligence, and one of the things he highlighted when we were kind of talking through the evolution of threat intelligence is the integration of threat intelligence into things like email security. Now, I'm curious, how much you're doing your own threat intelligence, but are you also taking external feeds and using that to help really highlight where the real threats are from an email perspective?
Yeah, I mean, there's no one perfect way to defend. There's no one way to secure. So we, like you say, we provide our own intelligence generated from our 38,000 plus customers, but we also consume intelligence from sources that, many of you on the audiences would recognize. And then we push out data from the Mimecast system to our customer systems, and then consume data and or consume commands, if you will, from our customer systems. So there's no one way to do it, and you need the ins and the outs and the integrations to really make it work well.
Yeah, and by having both the ins and the outs, it also, because you're a cloud-based platform, it allows you to react very quickly to evolving threats across the entire customer base.
Yeah, and that's another big driver for cloud-based security systems, is that you don't have to wait for software updates, obviously, or content to be pushed from the vendor to your systems, wherever they may be. A multi-tenant cloud service like what we provide, you update an analytic, you update a piece of content, and it's globally available within seconds across multiple data centers, across all tenants, because all customers, if you will, while they have their own policies about how they want their security to behave, they're sharing the same analytic and content infrastructure in the Mimecast platform.
Yeah, which makes it really easy to respond to these evolving threats, especially for an organization that maybe doesn't have a large security staff, but they still need to protect their environment and their employees.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the vast majority of organizations are not fully staffed in any sense of the word. In fact, many customers of ours have, somewhere between 0 and 2 security people is not uncommon. And so you literally have to think of them as more of a risk manager or a portfolio manager, as opposed to, having them get into the weeds of every bit of security and integrations and reporting. The more you can do it for them, obviously the easier it is for them to do their job, which has many, many different aspects to it.
Yeah, plus they don't have to worry about deploying and integrating all these systems on-prem that we've seen, traditionally approaching the space. Now it's probably really easy to onboard a customer, get it deployed, get actionable results because it's all integrated, ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, in some cases, depending on the service, you can be deployed in hours. In other services, it might take days or weeks, but at the end of the day, you remember the days of having to upgrade hardware and on premises. I mean, hopefully those days are long since headed towards the door, at least for security. I mean, that's the whole point of the cloud, really, is forget about that. Worry about policies and your managing your portfolio and risk and those sorts of things, and let us, the vendor, deal with the nitty gritties of a security system.
Yeah, definitely a lot of operational efficiencies in that model. Now, as we get into the threat intelligence report that you just produced as part of BlackHat this week, give us kind of what did you analyze first? Kind of give us what was analyzed to create the report. Then I want to get into some of the key findings. I'm looking at the 5-minute summary page. There's some interesting findings in there.
Yeah, so basically, we see a lot of email traffic being a well-known email security system. And so what we did was we looked at 6 months of traffic on our USA grid, which basically serves North America. It's 195 billion emails, 92 billion of which were rejected for various reasons. And so essentially we delve into the reasons why those were rejected: malware, spam, different sorts of phishing. And then we sort of look at the aggregate data and look at where those attacks were headed by individual organization and or by industry, and look at what pops to the top.
Right. In the numbers, I think I just want to emphasize this for a second. 195 billion emails, 92 billion. So like half of the email was rejected for some type of malicious activity.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, in some organizations, you see 60 to 70% of inbound mail rejected, some less, but on over a 6-month period, it was 47%. Your math is pretty close.
Yeah, pretty close. I can do it in my head usually pretty quickly some days. Now, is that amount of traffic in that 6-month period higher than what you've seen in the past? Because you do this report periodically. What kind of volume changes are we seeing with emails and the dropped emails for malicious activity?
I mean, I think the overall email traffic steadily goes up just with normal macro trends. Obviously, we're adding customers constantly, so we see more traffic because there's more customers traffic to handle. I think the interesting part was, and not surprising to anyone on this call, but the quick pivot. So just like the world is pivoting because of COVID, attackers are pivoting. They're pivoting their social engineering. They're pivoting their targets on a macro level. But at the end of the day, you can see it's sort of this, in many cases, the same group just pivoting their focus.
So pivoting away from the enterprise and going after the remote home kind of use. I mean, is that kind of the pivot that's happening?
I'd say it's you see the social engineering obviously pivoting to the pandemic. You like anything like Christmas shopping, Thanksgiving, or whatever the equivalent is in another country. They obviously take advantage of seasonality. Well, this is like the ultimate global phenomenon that no self-respecting fisher can avoid. They pivot to any way to get you to click to engage in the content. And for right after March, we saw an explosion of domains registered that had COVID in it or Corona. We saw a marked increase in blocked URLs having to do with Corona and COVID. So they pivot, but fundamentally they're still trying to do the same thing: steal your credentials, land their malware, ransom your systems. But they're using the hook, of course, of what's hot in the market at the point.
Got it. So in the key findings section, I want to focus on these first couple first, right? The first one's significant attacks came from organized criminal groups for primarily monetary gain. That probably hasn't changed that much, has it?
No, but it is interesting to see it at a really macro aggregated level that you can see clearly. I think we all know that most cyber criminals are money oriented. The data clearly showed that. So it just reaffirms what we believe, which is still useful.
Right, which is a trend we've seen for a long time, so that hasn't changed. The second one I thought was really, really interesting, though. Verticals with essential status during the pandemic were repeatedly targeted.
Yeah, so obviously there's speculation as to why. First of all, there's no point in targeting a business that's shut down, because imagine, the attackers need response for them to, work. So it makes sense to hit on businesses that, wholesale, retail, that were, sort of booming in response to the crisis. More chance to get response. The people are still working there. There's not furloughs and layoffs necessarily in those businesses. So, the activity they just shift to where they're likely to get return.
Right, exactly. And obviously essential business stayed open, so, they're primary targets. A couple other ones that are in here that, look, we've seen the increase in ransomware attacks. I mean, we've covered that a lot on the shows, seen a lot of trends to that rise. Are we seeing more of that now that we're in this kind of pandemic event, right? Is ransomware accelerating over what we were seeing before COVID, for example?
It's been accelerating, whether it's due to COVID or not. I don't know that we can tell for sure. But again, it's the case where, we're looking at 92 billion emails and why they were rejected and comparing period over period, and we're seeing more ransomware. That confirms probably what we anecdotally believe based on the amount of ransomware-based breaches we read about. But you're also seeing the attacks markedly increase. So, again, it's a confirmation of anecdotally what we experienced by reading the security news.
Yeah, and then I think this last one, impersonation, right? You talked a little bit about the brand protection side of this, right? And that means somebody might be trying to impersonate an executive and use that impersonation account to gain access. Again, just curious, in a COVID environment, is impersonation really going up? Because I see it on some of the social media stuff. Definitely accelerating. Do we see the same things with some of the email attacks as well?
Yeah, I think this one probably you can attach even more to COVID than maybe the others, in that, impersonations, sender impersonations or website impersonations partly depend on, there's no malware usually. There's no malicious links necessarily. There's just a fraudulent email or a fraudulent website. So it depends more on the individual's ability to discern good from bad. And, now they're sitting at home and they're browsing the web, perhaps not even on, a corporate protected laptop or certainly not a corporate protected network. So the ability for defenders to defend against traditional malware or traditional phishing has improved a lot. So they've pivoted to things that are harder to defend against, which is sender impersonation, website impersonation. And so that's, made much easier by people working from home and COVID.
Yeah, because you got personal and business, and you're doing a lot of different activities when you're at home. That's for sure. Any results in here that surprised you?
The problem with being in security for 20 years is you get a little unsurprised in life. Not really. I mean, you basically everything is going on at the same time, and the attackers pivot from one thing to another based on opportunity and return on investment. It continues to be extremely hard to defend against these sorts of things. You need multi-layers of defense. You need all the things we know that you need. I think the hard part organizations have is selling it to the people who live outside security, because it requires people, expertise, technology, none of which comes easily. And so it just continues to be hard, which is not surprising, but I suppose maybe a little disappointing.
But are we getting better?
Yes, but attackers are just getting better faster still.
So it's
on
still
average.
it's still a cat and mouse game, right? Every
Yeah,
time
absolutely.
we improve, the attacker shift enough that it just puts enough change in there that then we fall behind again.
Yeah, I mean, this looking at the brand exploit thing, which is sort of a new-ish area. How do you defend against someone who's simulating your website and sending traffic not to you, but to your customers, partners, or anyone who trusts your brand? How do you stop that? Well, I mean, there are ways to do it, but it's the traditional method of filtering mail isn't going to work because the mail is not coming to you. It's going to your customer or your business partner, even though they're leveraging, the attacker's leveraging your brand, damaging your brand, stealing your credentials, or the people that use your website. So obviously all the traditional attacks, even traditional spam, just unwanted mail happens in vast quantities, even though that's been, around for 20 years. The cutting edge attackers move to a different area. And it's just, as you say, the cat and mouse game. We continue to expand our defenses to defend against it. And then as that gets somewhat locked down, they move to the next thing with no end in sight.
Right. And I think that's the advantage of what you guys have done over the past year or two with expanding capabilities in the platform.
It makes it affordable, so it leverages the economic value, the economies of scale and economies of scope inherent in the cloud, but now applied to cloud security. And you're never going to hire your way out of this problem, so you need more automation, you need more integration, and you need to up-level your security people so that they're not in the weeds as much, and that they're essentially becoming risk managers and security portfolio managers and leveraging these integrated platforms increasingly to improve their defenses.
Yeah, we agree with you 100%. Matthew, thank you so much for joining us on Security Weekly. And if anybody wants to download the latest threat intelligence report from Mimecast, please visit securityweekly.com/MimecastBH, the BH for BlackHat. And with that, we'll take a break and come back with more interviews for Virtual Hacker Summer Camp.
Welcome back, everyone, to Security Weekly's Virtual Hacker Summer Camp. I'm Paul Asadoorian, joined by Matt Alderman.
Yeah, you and I get to do a segment. I know, it's the only time we've done it all week.
Well, I thought we'd talk about home network security, since it seems to be a hot topic.
It is.
It's come up quite a bit, actually, in our interviews with enterprise security folks, because everyone in the enterprise is working from home, and so it seems to be taking a spotlight. I know we've done some segments on it. I know the BHIS folks have done, I think Joff did a webcast on it, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about what the approaches might be. I've got some potential solutions, but I haven't fully implemented them. So I'm hoping to have some, Tyler and I we're promising to have a technical segments coming up soon, but I thought we'd take the opportunity just, based on what we talked about, Matt, talk about some of the challenges and how we might carve up the network. Mm-hmm. And we've seen some different approaches in the past week or two, right?
Yeah, I mean, so at home, I have my network segmented. Mm-hmm. I have my office and my recording studio on a separate subnet than all the other devices in my house. One, because I don't want much bandwidth usage across that link.
But how do you do that in Wi-Fi? Do you have to plug in to be on your segment? That's how mine is now.
So I have to enable Wi-Fi to cross over because my Wi-Fi connection's on the other isolated segment. So my two machines at home are direct connected directly into my my gig router downstairs. Right. And then I have another segment that the Wi-Fi and everything else, my TVs, all the kids' Wi-Fi connections and everything. So if I need to get on that network for something, then I'll enable my Wi-Fi and be able to cross over. But I've tried to keep them as isolated as possible because I don't want that crossover, right?
When you get into further segmentation, one of my ideas, and I haven't done this at home, I experimented with here in the office, ubiquity access point support VLANs. So if you can VLAN your network, you can connect the ubiquity to a trunk port and VLAN tag it, and then assign tagged VLANs to SSIDs.
Oh.
I think that's kind of, in my design for home networking, that's kind of table stakes. And again, like the gear for that is interesting. I'm not sure if there are other solutions that do it. I don't know how you do it without VLAN tagging. I guess if it's all Wi-Fi, you can create different
SSIDs.
SSIDs is one way, but a lot of my stuff that I want to segment is mixed. Some of it's wired, some of it's wireless, right? And even for my own usage, like I want to put my phone, my tablet, my laptop, and my desktop on a separate VLAN that's treated differently than the rest of it, and that requires basically. Well, I'm using Cisco Small Business Gear. I forget what it's called now. What is the line? They changed the name a couple of times. We covered some vulnerabilities on it, actually. But it's their SMB kind of series switches, which you can get pretty cheap. I bought some pretty cheap, right? And the Ubiquity gear, which I already had and I've just been adding on slowly over the years. That gives you the ability to create VLANs and the ability to have SSIDs that are assigned to a VLAN. So in my design, that's kind of important, right? Because I want to segment a little more. I want to have the Paul subnet and VLAN, right? The Paul network, which is totally separate from everything else. Because then you can apply quality of service and all that stuff.
Which I do, yeah.
And if you don't have multiple interfaces on your firewall, pfSense will actually do VLAN tagging as well. So you could have multiple virtual interfaces on your wired firewall, right? Because I always separate them too. That's the other thing. Like I have my firewall, it does firewalling and routing, and I've got my Wi-Fi, and that does all the Wi-Fi stuff, and they're separate, right? I never liked combining them on one device because when we wrote the book about WRT54G routers and you get into the performance on those, I'm like, no, that's atrocious. Right? Yeah, the modern ones are probably better. I haven't looked at the architecture, but like on older stuff, you'd have 4 ports, but it was only one network interface. And so they essentially had one interface that it was a hub to 4 ports on the back of it. So you think you're getting 4 dedicated gig ports. Check your specs. You got to go read the schematics and what's under the hood. Maybe take it apart and take pictures and start Googling for the numbers on the chips and the diagrams to see exactly. So that's why as time went on, I'm like, nope, I have switches that do switching. I have firewall routers that do that. And I have access points, and they're all separate. right? Because at home, we get a lot of devices, and a lot of them are latency and bandwidth for stuff we do for recording and stuff people do for streaming.
Which is why I don't connect into my Wi-Fi router because I'm bandwidth limited 750 plus everybody else is on that. So I go straight to the gig. And my CenturyLink router downstairs gives me the ability to do firewalling and 4 gig port switches off of it. So 2 go to the office, 1 for the recording studio, 1 for my office machine. And then 1 goes to the access point, and then any hardwired goes into the access point. So I'm kind of concentrating that there. So I've done some level of that separation.
Right.
But I still have a little mix as well. We interviewed Drew Cohen on BSW a couple weeks ago.
Really interesting.
Yeah, I think it was called Yikes.
Because our design's it requires a lot of network engineering. Like the more things you split up, the more, because I have to make the cutover. So I have to take my wireless network, which is on the static VLAN, right? The big flat network. And with, I have 2 SSIDs. I split the 2.4 and the 5 gigahertz wireless standards, right? Into 2 separate SSIDs. But those are both on the same VLAN and subnet.
Yep.
And now to make that change, I've got to basically reconfigure everything, right? I got to push a new config out and then do the troubleshooting. And during that time, stuff may not work, right?
That's the beauty of building a brand new house. I just designed it that way from scratch. I didn't have to over.
Exactly. Yeah.
But Yikes was interesting when Drew was talking about it. It creates this microsegmentation within the network, so that you don't have to be a network engineer to figure out how to do it. Supposedly, this product kind of automatically does it for you. I mean, we haven't had a chance to test it, but the concept sounded interesting. Where
how does that work? Is it one device I put on my network, and I
think it was one device, and then each device that's connecting into that device kind of creates its own kind of microsegmented environment, so it couldn't see any other things. You'd literally have to poke the holes through it. Probably
there
as a policy.
There was an enterprise security company that was doing the same thing too, and I can't remember what the name of it was.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was years ago now, but that was interesting. I thought too. Yeah, because you can't expect your average everyday. I mean, us as network engineers, Joff, Tyler, and I were talking about what we're doing to our network. We're network engineers and security engineers, and we're like, this isn't easy. No. Right? So if it's not really really easy for us, it's like a multi-stage project. You can't expect.
And for the lay remote worker who doesn't have that skill, I mean, how are you ever going to walk them through setting that kind of environment
just get some Cisco switches, build the network, do some trunk ports, get the firewall, install pfSense, use your Ubiquity, configure the management interfaces to Ubiquity, which is kind of a pain in the butt, and you host it in the cloud. Then you have a cloud key, which is also your controller, and all that stuff needs firmware update. Yeah, it gets pretty complex. But it gives you nice features. Actually, what I like about Ubiquity, and this is probably better in other systems, you get the control to do the nerdy, geeky stuff, but you also get I want to block this client, right from the app on my phone. Right. I can block clients, which is nice.
That's nice. Yeah, I don't have that level of integration. I thought the Authenticate interview on Tuesday night in the Silo product.
I would love that for home. I agree.
Because I think that's a really interesting technology to isolate the browser from being on the local device, which is where a lot of these exploits happen. You push that browser out into the cloud, and people use that, which minimizes the amount of malicious activity coming into the home network. I thought that was a really interesting solution for the remote worker because it's taking that browser and getting it outside of the home network, which is where a lot of that compromise happens.
And I didn't think about it in terms of how you cover all your devices, right? Because my family members, I'm sure as many do, right? They've got a phone, they've got a tablet, and they've got some kind of PC or laptop, right? Yep. And some of them are shared. The gaming PC is shared, right? But the wife has the laptop and a tablet and a phone.
Yep.
And I'd love to have something like Authenticate protecting the browsing, and something like a CrowdStrike on there doing the kind of endpoint stuff, security, right? It'd be kind of a nice MSP service for home, right? Yeah. To combine those two technologies and just roll that out. Yeah. So I don't know how you make that cost effective, though, right? Because those we're talking about is cost of all this gear and all the software, for your home. What is the now you got to do a risk analysis on your home, right? With the number of devices I have, I would pay for a monthly service to have access to something like Authenticate and CrowdStrike to protect my device. And then, of course, just like enterprise security, that doesn't mean you're done, right?
No, because
it gives you a nice base level of security.
Right, because now I got to worry about the Sun switch, the TVs, and any of those other IoT devices, you have a lot more of them in your house than I do, right? So
Like
there's another attack
Sonos.
vector that a CrowdStrike's not going to run on. So how do you now account for all these other connected devices where you can't put an agent on it, doesn't have a browser either, but there's still a weakness potentially in the home network?
Right. And I also use, I'll tell you what the product is, because Chris Adnaghi talked about it on the show. I'm using Q Studio. I mean, it's okay. It's not great. I'm not overly, like, some.
It's okay.
It's just okay. But some features are really good. Like, if it doesn't recognize the website, it won't let people browse to it, which I like, as I've said before. Like, it actually does protect you. But I also want to restrict time usage and blackout times for certain devices, right? And I mean, it's independent of security, right? But also has to tie into, there's overlaps, you know, like I said, basically you want to allow or disallow an app. I can do that. And it doesn't matter. The nice part about having the client on all those devices is doesn't matter what it is, if it's a tablet or a phone or a PC,
Right.
it supports everything. And I can say, I actually have done this. I'm like, no TikTok. Like, just right now, TikTok is not allowed, right? So then they find this other one like Likey, and I get to make the decision, is that going to be on the devices or not? But I want to do the time-based restrictions, and I think the interview we did with Firewall might help me with this, right, is to take some of my segments, because you can't, the Q Studio is, and I haven't looked into it, last I think the answer was no. I want that to be on like my some of my entertainment devices, right? So I use NVIDIA Shield, which is essentially Android. So I'm like, why can't I just drop this on that Android device?
Right.
And I have to go back and look and see if that's possible, because I also want to restrict what you can do on the entertainment devices as well, right? Like, if I don't want the kids to access YouTube, for example, or whatever on those devices, I want to be able to block it just on those devices.
Yeah, because you can't delete it.
But
Like
the
on the new
school-
Samsung TVs, I can't delete YouTube off of it.
Isn't
As
that
an
crazy?
app.
I noticed that with Samsung TVs too. You can't.
You can't delete
no
it.
control.
There's a certain set of apps that are shipped with it. They won't let you delete them. You can add more, but you can't delete the base apps that are shipped with the TV. It's like, come on, I don't want that on there. But you can't.
Could. You have to figure out how to get the firmware off of it.
Yeah, well,
delete the panel.
yeah, you might be able to
reverse
do that, but I
engineer
can't.
them. I haven't reverse engineered the Tizen firmware, is the one that Samsung uses. I haven't looked at that in a long time. I think at one time I was looking at some of that firmware. But when I think about it, I've got like different classes of devices of IoT. There's like the kind of like backbone IoT stuff, right? Like, you know, your Sonos and Smart Things and your Philips Hue,
Your Nest and any of that.
Nest.
Kind of stuff.
I would consider those infrastructure IoT devices, which I do want to put in their own VLAN, treat them separately from both a security perspective and from a bandwidth perspective, right? And then you've got your entertainment devices, right? So that's like your Xbox, your NVIDIA Shield, Apple TV. I have Apple TVs, Nintendo Switches, right? Entertainment devices are another, maybe TVs fall into that as well, right? And then you've got your educational devices. So the Chromebooks that are designated to like, this is what you do your schoolwork on, is yet a separate thing. So I can turn off all the entertainment devices and only enable the educational devices. Now, that's not stopping the kids from going, I can go on my school laptop and get YouTube, right? If it is a school-issued laptop, there are further restrictions on the school actually does.
Right.
You know, some of the filtering on top of what you would do on the network level.
Are the schools issuing your kids devices? Because like my kids,
my oldest,
they use their
my
they use
oldest
their own.
does.
Okay.
But I've got Chromebooks that I've bought for
recycled from here.
Yeah, a lot of them are recycled from here, and there's two that I bought just for them, and a couple of recycled ones as well. And since the oldest one was the only one that got a school-issued Chromebook, the other ones were using the other Chromebooks, and those are really more for school activities, right? Not so, although they will use them for entertainment. Right?
Of course, if they can bypass any of your other controls, they'll try.
But filtering for content and filtering security is basically the same thing, right? So I can block whole classes of things with Q Studio. Like I blocked all chat apps. And the oldest is like, well, I want to do Discord. I'm like, as long as you're adding them in your servers, you're fine. And so I whitelisted Discord. But then it gets into that whole administration.
Oh, yeah.
And the administration of just the time-based thing is also a pain in the butt, too. Even with both of us, trying to go on there and do it. It's a pain because you got the blackout window. Like, I don't want them to be able to go on the gaming PC or use the tablets until like 10 o'clock because I like them to eat breakfast, do some things around the house. Like, you got to do some chores.
Right.
Then at 10, that's when your time window opens. But then, if it's 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning and one of the kids are up and you're like, oh, just go on your iPad for a while. You're like, crap, I got to go on my phone and adjust the time settings, right?
Yeah. It's the same thing with like Brendan. He'll sit on his computer or his gaming device, 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. I'd love to shut him off, but he's also 17, so it gets a little harder.
So I think what I'm coming down to is an administrative network, right, which is our devices, right, your own personal laptops and devices, right, your work computer, right. Then you've got your infrastructure IoT, entertainment IoT, and devices. I would probably put those in the same class, like the iPads and your Apple TVs. I'd put them in the same class because those are entertainment devices, right? And then you've got your educational devices. And then where do you put the wife stuff? It's like if you filter me or whatever, I'm going to be really mad. Right? Yeah.
Anytime Lauren can't get to a site, she's like, oh, what security? What filtering do you have? I'm like, I don't have any. I swear I don't.
Right.
Because I can't. You'll like rip my head off.
My kids are younger, so I do have to filter for content so the younger ones don't accidentally stumble across something, which that gets hard because YouTube is like the Mos Eisley of video sites, right? Like wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Yeah.
But filtering on the platform is super hard. I don't know of a great solution or really any solution for that.
No, they don't. And YouTube Kids is
Yeah, that also has the similar kind of issues.
Right.
Yeah. They quickly grow out of that, though.
Yeah, they do.
The YouTube. Like my youngest is still he'll still do YouTube Kids, but it's not much longer before he's like, yeah, I want the actual YouTube, right?
Yeah, Kyle's the big YouTube user in the house, so I have QStudio on his machine just to see what he's doing. I don't block anything.
Right.
I'm just using it for monitoring.
QStudio is a good monitoring
I
for that,
use it
too.
for
I can see what sites they go to, things like that, right?
What gets flagged as potential.
Yeah.
Then I got to go down and educate. I'm like, all right, can't go to that site. But I haven't put any blocking in place yet.
Yep.
I just want to kind of see what he's doing down there. Just to protect him too, but
that's why I do it as well. I actually like access to Chris Adnagi was talking about this, I think, last year on the show.
Yeah.
Monitoring to make sure there's not like sexual predators communicating with your children.
Yeah.
Like that's important. And I understand the privacy side of things, obviously, right? But this should be. I like to have that open conversation. Yes, I'm gonna look at your messages, but I'm not snooping on you, right? It's for their own protection.
So what you just came up with is about 4 different micro-segmented networks in your house.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm coming down to, right? Because I'm trying to balance both, performance, security, and functionality for usage as well. I guess if you don't have, a lot of younger kids at the home and you don't need to put those time restrictions on or things like that.
Yeah, but how many home workers do have small kids at home?
Yeah, a lot.
Right?
Yeah.
There's a lot. And so it is a concern, I think, for a lot of people that are now not in the office and have to figure out how best to kind of secure the environment, which includes the kids, because now the kids are home. I mean, we originally were going to go back 5 days a week, but now we're down to two days a week.
Exactly.
And so 3 days a week, kids are going to be home for a lot of these schools. I think up in Massachusetts, it's all remote for the first semester right now is what I heard. So kids are going to be at home a lot more next year for the school year. So that puts a lot more pressure, I think, on folks that are working remotely from home.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, I like, having the computer, like a gaming PC, in a central place where you can see it, right? Which is why I want to kind of restrict where they can consume certain content, right? Like I don't want you like in the basement on the TV watching YouTube, because then you can't really see if something bad pops up on YouTube, right? And also then they go in the basement and they're like, we call it rotting, right? My middle one's the classic rotter in the house, and just go down there and like watch TV. It's like, dude, you got to go outside and play, right?
Yeah.
But also you don't want them to like escape to another portion of the house. But like in the bed, like we like to watch Star Wars movies at night before bed. That's like our bonding thing. So, time limits and restrictions, I think, are definitely part of the equation. And also separating those devices out to limit your risk, right?
Yep.
Because the entertainment devices have a much higher risk of causing an impact, and maybe some of the infrastructure. I mean, the infrastructure certainly does as well. But you want to isolate, I think, your infrastructure, like your thermostats and things like that, from the rest of the entertainment.
Yes.
To prevent that kind of cross-pollination. So that's the model that I'm working on. And I'm, if anyone has any suggestions, you know where to find us. Come in our Discord channel. We should probably create maybe a separate chat channel in our Discord, talk about home net, because I think it is a very good discussion point. And I think there's going to be a lot of advances in technology in this area. And I'm sure I'm missing some too.
Someone just dropped in the Black Hills.
Josh's got a crazy home setup.
Yeah. So they are dropping some things in there for the Discord users right now.
Sweet. I think our time's up for this segment. Is that true?
Yeah, that means we have to do more tech segments on this soon.
Yes. So stay tuned for that, and stay tuned for more micro interviews and, of course, Ball Security Weekly. Welcome back, everyone, to Security Weekly's Virtual Hacker Summer Camp. I believe this is the last micro interview in the series. It's been a really fun week. And if you want to hear about JavaScript security, I am fortunate to have with me Taemin Park, a fifth-year PhD student at the University of California, Irvine. Taemin, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's nice to have you on the show, Taemin.
Yeah.
JavaScript is a weird animal and beast. I personally do not really like coding in JavaScript. I'll admit that. And what I learn about JavaScript is only so I can exploit stuff, not so I can actually build anything, right?
Yeah, me too, actually. Yeah. I don't use JavaScript for just writing code or something like that. I just want to see inside of the JavaScript engine and exploit it and do some hacking stuff.
Well, and it and I know this is kind of a broad topic in JavaScript security because JavaScript is in so many different places today. Which is why as attackers we have to have some level of understanding to exploit it, right? Building it, I think, it's a different thing. But it's in the browser, but there's various ways to interact with it within the browser. The DOM in the browser, web applications on the server side. Then you've got client side. You've got full-blown client applications with Node. It ends up everywhere, right? So I guess what are some of the approaches to JavaScript? I guess start with the vulnerability side of it. Where did you find it to be most vulnerable to attack?
Yeah, actually, JavaScript can be anywhere in, like you said, the server side or client side. And mostly, I think the JavaScript in browser is, one of the things that attacker can exploit because think about it. What are you doing just right after turning on the computer? You might just run any browsers to searching for something in the internet. So everyone uses browsers right after turning on the computer, and the browser has JavaScript engine embedded, and the JavaScript engine itself could have vulnerability attacker can exploit. So if the attacker can exploit the JavaScript vulnerability, the impact is really, really huge. So I think this is kind of the client side of the JavaScript engine is something that I want to exploit, and the talks that I had on the BlackHat is also kind of related to this one. But this exploitation and vulnerabilities also can be used for kind of server side JavaScript engine too.
Sure. Yeah, but I agree. The browser is the most common way, and it's really kind of messed up if you think about it. Like you're just by visiting a website, you're executing the code that's coming from that website, right? But now there are certain protections inside the browser to limit how that code can be executed. Does some of your discovery kind of fall in the area of how you get outside of that?
Yeah, actually, this is kind of called the sandbox mechanism because JavaScript is running not on top of the CPU, but on top of the interpreter or script engine. And script engines will check whether the programmers can have some kind of mistake, like a typist check or boundary displacement and something like that. These kind of things are done by the script engine itself. So any mistake in writing code in JavaScript does not produce any vulnerabilities and any bugs at all. But the funny thing is that the JavaScript itself is written in JavaScript engine itself is written in unsafe languages such as C or C++. And the size of the JavaScript engine is getting bigger and bigger. And every week and every month, the bugs are reported for the JavaScript engine. So your code is fine. Your code does not have anything wrong. But if you run your code on the JavaScript engine, and if there's a vulnerability inside of JavaScript engine, you cannot avoid this kind of hacking or this kind of vulnerability exploitation. That's why the JavaScript engine protection is really important.
I see. I can write I can't, but let's just say I could write really good JavaScript code that followed all the standards and best practices and was very resilient. But that resiliency relies upon the resiliency and integrity of the engine that is included inside of the browser in this particular case, right?
Right. The engine itself, the engine itself check whether programmer has a mistake, but engine can have the vulnerability itself. So it's kind of the funny that we can. So I cannot say that JavaScript is kind of type safe or memory safe because engine itself is not that type safe and memory safe at all.
Right. Is it what are the JavaScript engines that are built into popular browsers? Do they kind of mix and match, or is it all pretty standard? Does Google in Chrome maintain an open source JavaScript engine that's specific to Chrome?
Yeah, Google maintains the V8 and Safari also has kind of WebKit, and they have their own version of the JavaScript engines. They are just updating, and also Firefox has SpiderMonkey, which is also another JavaScript engine, and their implementations are totally different. I looked at all of the codes and I see that they choose a different approach, how to implement the JIT compiler, how to implement interpreter. So it's very diverse, and then you see that it means that attacker can choose whatever the engines they like to exploit. And if there's a kind of bug in V8, they can just choose to use the V8 to exploit. And if there's kind of the bugs found in Firefox or something like that, they can just choose that browser. So yeah.
Now, does the browser kind of separate the JavaScript engine in its own sandbox, or is the browser itself doing the kind of sandboxing? Like, how does that sandboxing work? Is it all just kind of lumped into one in the browser, or are there different sandboxes for JavaScript engines running and things like that?
So basically, JavaScript itself has a language level sandbox. So if you have to write a code, and let's say you can make a buffer, and you try to access some out of bound of the buffer, and then the JavaScript engine itself has an interpreter, and when interpreter try to execute that code, and they check the property of the index and the size of the buffer, and then if the index is out of the bound of the buffer, it just disallowed the further execution. So JavaScript itself has the sandbox, and
Gotcha.
And of course the browser also can have some kind of security mechanisms. They can just protect from the attackers to exploit, or the DOM or other engine components. But the JavaScript itself also has it has the sandboxes.
I got you. So the DOM in the browser using JavaScript is also using the interpreter as well and working in conjunction with each other.
Yeah.
That's really it's amazing to unravel this technology, because it's not something I delve that deep into all the time. When I do, I'm always like, it's amazing how, because I think a lot of us take for granted like how the browser works, and we attack web applications, and we've got some client side attacks that are basically tricks in JavaScript. But what are some of the specific techniques? Do they go across browsers, or like what are some of the an example of a specific technique to exploit the JavaScript engine?
The basic exploitation. So it's been more than 10 years, and one of the famous exploitation technique is just spraying. Actually, the attacker wants to run his code inside the victim's machine. So in order to do that, the attacker can just inject or reuse the code inside of the machine code. But in the JavaScript case, the attacker can encode his malicious code inside of the constant in the JavaScript, and then use the vulnerability to make the program counter jump in the middle of the constant and where attacker's code reside. And this is kind of really, good.
Yeah, the most common one is like a heap spray attack, right? It's using JavaScript. It's interpreted by the engine to heap spray memory, right? Yeah,
this is just spraying and heap spraying and something like that. Or the other techniques are kind of using race condition. So that the JavaScript support multi-threading capability, and then when JavaScript running some code, sometimes they just convert some portion of the code into machine code so that it can be directly executed by the CPU. So, but generating machine code means that the code should be, at some point, it should be writable, right? And then JavaScript to write the code onto the memory and make that area read only and execute. But attacker can spawn a new thread, and when they are just generating machine code, the new thread is still the CPU cycle and overwrite attacker's code on top of the just generated code. Yeah, right. This is kind of using race condition to overwrite the machine code.
Gotcha. In that interpretation into machine code, are there also kind of like serialization attacks that present themselves as well?
You mean serialization attacks?
Serialization attacks, yeah.
I don't know about the serialization. What is the specific things about the serialization attack?
It's more kind of tricking the JavaScript engine to run different machine code, basically.
Different machine code. So that could be either just injecting or just reusing the code. But the serializing, you mean just chaining some existing machine code together?
Inside your code so that it gets executed without knowing it.
Right.
That's also an attack vector. That's interesting.
That's true. Yeah. And also, G-Spring is really just strong. Some kind of countermeasure have been developed, which is kind of constant blinding, which means that when attacker tries to encode his code inside the constant, and our defense side, we just encode the constant for every usage. So when just emit out the constant, we just encode with some secret value and just emit out that constant so that attacker cannot use that constant anymore. And whenever that constant is used, our engines use a secret key to just decode that constant for
so you can detect if it's changed, basically, right?
Right.
Gotcha. Did you study the engines that are in the three different major browsers? And are there like very big differences in the exploitation techniques between Safari and Chrome and Firefox? Yeah,
actually, I have just studied the Safari, but mostly SpiderMonkey, and I try to my attack is some kind of a little bit different from the race condition attack or G-Spring attack, and my attack is corrupting actually the bytecode. Bytecode is also kind of the intermediate representation executed by the interpreter. And then, so that I looked at the interpreter mechanisms in SpiderMonkey and V8 and Safari, whatever. And then I found that the SpiderMonkey is much easier to develop some exploit because the interpreter itself is written in C language. But for example, in Safari case, their interpreter is like written in some really complicated, almost like the machine language, like some low-level languages. So it's not that easy for me to just develop some exploit. And Google Chrome also, they have kind of some complicated mechanisms in interpreting the bytecode. And this kind of, they use some kind of indirect or direct threading for interpreting. But the SpiderMonkey case, it just interpret every bytecode using some simple switch statement. So it's much more easier to exploit.
Other recommendations you have to protect the JavaScript interpreters and make them more resilient and resistant to attacks? So this is kind of related to the defense that I developed. The defense is that I just minimize the permission of the import the data as small as possible. So I found that the import data in the interpreter is JavaScript bytecode, object table, and JavaScript object and JIT code. And currently they are writable or readable, and the permission is really open to be corrupted. So the defense that I develop is that I make those object some kind of import data and make the readable so that attacker cannot manipulate it because it is not writable. And in the G code case, G code is basically readable and executable, but
my defense take the readable permission away and then make the cheat code executable so that attacker cannot read and learn about the gadgets they can just exploit.
Right. Gotcha. That's awesome. And have you given your talk at BlackHat already?
Yeah, I already gave. And then this is, the things that I just discussed before is related to my talk.
Gotcha. And do you have a Git repository with some example code and things like that?
Yeah, actually, my defense and attack is in the GitHub of our school's account, our group's account, and our group's account is private. And I try to polish all the codes. And then if I get a permission from my advisor and schools, I can just make it public so that other people can use my defense or test my exploit.
That's awesome. Yeah, if you do release it, we'd send us a note, and we'll make sure we talk about it on the show and direct people to go review and test the research. It's awesome. Well, Taemin, thank you so much for appearing on Security Weekly.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was really nice. Yeah, really good chance for me to have an interview. This is actually my first time to having an interview in the broadcast and live stream.
Oh, awesome.
Other than the conference.
Well, you did great. Thanks for sharing your research with our audience. That will conclude the interview for today. Stay tuned. Is there more? I don't think there's more interview. Just a show. This is the last one. PSW, Paul Security Weekly, 7 p.m. Eastern.